In my class. Are we all the
Don't mind me.
Let me start from the lecturer.
Don't mind me. Madam, welcome. Don't mind me. I'm not lecturer.
Sister, can you pure white today? No. Yes. Oh, Holy Spirit or something. Oh, happy. Yeah, wonderful. My auntie, she's in the Holy Spirit. You know. Sister, there's beauty in this exam. So, yes, sister. You need to get some kind.
This is like a lecturer. Already lecturing you what about you have
Right. Don't send. Don't send. Don't send. Send it back to me. I'm sending it back to you. No, because I don't know anything about it. We don't know it. I don't know it. Because I'm not going to find it. Because I think that you told me. I think that you told me. I will try to give back to you. How will I give back to you? If you answer them, you answer them, answer them with special. I go to the high. I know that it's special. I don't know how to answer them special. Oh my God, oh, what? Wow. Gentlemen, move to the hall.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I hope you had a restful night yesterday.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
we did, sir.
Yes, good morning, sir.
A few minutes
Good
from
morning,
now.
sir.
Morning,
Good morning.
sir.
So, just in 15 minutes' time, we will start. So, the lecturer that will start is arranging himself. So, I will share the slide so that we say the opening prayer, then he will commence. So, in 15 minutes' time, we'll start.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, it's not mine.
Alhamdulillah. Ya aiki.
What is this? Thank you. Is it thank you? Yes. Why did you people bring this thing before? Is it they want to be here. This is for the research. Research, and then rest of the research is Jamaica. Finding out that result, finding out the result. Care over the care. But I just went to take a care of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Never please separate yourself appropriately. Let's do this and I want many of I want the class to be properly spread out, please. Please. Let's begin. No, I wouldn't have a mama. My friend, Reverend, Jacqueline. Father is on your Father Jacqueline. My undergraduate father was from Marathon at the last exam. And he is suffering it today. Not be the concept grab ball. Please. Nothing because of this envelope. Please remove everything that will undermine the integrity of this exam. Remove everything that will undermine the integrity of this exam. Please bring them out. So we are gentlemen, my voices are still honest. Please, thank you.
Very
Like all like Boolean.
Okay. So,
good morning once more to everyone. Please, can somebody, a Muslim brother or a Christian brother, to give us an opening prayer so that we can start? Prayer, please.
My power bank and the cable.
Please, can someone give us an opening prayer?
Father, in Jesus' name, we
Amen.
thank you for all that you've done for us. We thank you for we are here to gain wisdom, O Lord Jesus, that we may be able to apply it in our daily affairs on earth, O Lord Jesus. As we are here, Lord, to gather wisdom, understanding, Lord Jesus, breathe it upon us, O Lord. Let your spirit, O Lord Jesus, take control of everything we will do today, O Lord. We pray against network fluctuations, O Lord Jesus, and we pray that everything will be taught, O God Almighty. Let it be to our understanding in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. So on this note, I want to give you this information. Make sure you put down your names on the chat. Attendance, make sure you put down your name, organization, phone number, email, and state your gender, either female or male. Make sure you put it down in the chat box now as we are about starting. So I will have to introduce our lecturer for today, in the person of Chief Pascal Egwin. He will now start shortly. So he's sharing his slides now. Have a nice time with him. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
good morning, sir.
Can you all hear me?
Good morning,
Yes,
sir.
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Today we will start talking about procurement planning. We will also talk about the tender boards, and we'll look at offenses. We'll look at the sanctions for offenses that violate the procurement process. Now, the approving authority, we talk about approving authorities and procurement implementation, the accounting officer, the procurement planning committee, tenders board, and the pre-qualification of bidders. Next slide. Mike, next slide. Yeah. The accounting officer shall be the person charged with the line responsibility to supervise the conduct of all procurement processes. If you go to section 20 of the Public Procurement Act, you will see where this is lined up. He must have overall responsibility for planning and execution of all procurement activities, including evaluation of tenders. He will be liable in person for any breach or contravention of this act or omission of ordinance. This is outlined in section 20 of the Public Procurement Act. What this means exactly is that he is liable in person, even when he has retired and left office. He can be recalled to come and account for actions that were taken during his presence as the accounting officer. So he cannot run away from responsibility for whatever breaches that occurred during his tenure. That's what it means by being liable in person. And he must be responsible for constituting the procurement planning committee and the technical evaluation committee of the tenders board. Next slide, Mike. He must ensure compliance with the provisions of the Public Procurement Act 2007. And he will also ensure adequate appropriation is provided for the procurement of items, for his procurement activities. He must make sure his entity's procurement expenditure is integrated into the yearly budget, the annual budget of his MDA. He must integrate his procurement his procurement expenditure into his yearly budget. He must also ensure that no reduction of values or splitting of procurements is carried out, such as to evade the use of any specific procurement method or approval thresholds. Next slide, Mike. He is to oversee the procurement unit or department and ensure that the procurement department is adequately staffed with people who have the technical and procurement expertise to run the department. He must also ensure that the staff are of good conduct and adequately trained. He must also ensure that the department is allowed free hand to operate without undue directives that might affect the integrity of the procurement process. He is not expected to give directives to the procurement unit that are contrary to the law. That's what this means. So he should take responsibility for everything that happens in the department. He must not influence in whichever manner the outcome of the evaluation process. In other words, he should not influence the evaluation committee, which he sets up. He must encourage all staff to disregard any directive that is not in consonance with the law, with the act, regulations, the procedures manual, or any extant circular issued by the SGF. Next slide. The Procurement Planning Committee, you can find the constitution of the Procurement Planning Committee in section 21 of the Procurement Law. That is the Act of 2007. You can find it on section 21 of this Act. Next slide. The Procurement Planning Committee prepares the procurement activities every financial year. The key functions of the PPC include prepare the needs assessment and evaluation, identify the goods, works, and services required by the MDA, carry out appropriate market and statistical surveys, aggregate procurement needs to obtain economies of scale and reduce procurement costs. What this means is that he must gather all the procurement needs of his ministry or his MDA and create a global needs requirement, which includes every department, his ministry, departments or MDA. He must integrate expenditures into yearly budget and prescribe appropriate procurement method. He has to prescribe the appropriate procurement method. That is the planning committee. Next slide, Mike. Prescription of appropriate procurement method or effecting the procurement, the selected procurement. They must integrate procurement expenditure into the entity's yearly budget, and the planning committee must ensure that there is no reduction of values or splitting of procurement carried out in such a way as to evade the use of any appropriate procurement method. They must ensure that adequate appropriation is provided in the federal budget, specifically for the procurement. And they must upload the procurement plan on the BPP web portal using the approved planning tool to do that. Next slide. The composition of the Procurement Planning Committee. The members of the Procurement Planning Committee are the accounting officer or his representative will chair the Procurement Planning Committee. The representative of the unit directly in need of the procurement as member, that is the department that is requesting the item to be procured, must be a member of the planning committee. Representative of the financial unit, finance department, representative of the planning, research, statistics unit, and the technical personnel of the procurement entity with expertise in the subject matter for which procurement is being done. Representative of the legal unit and the representative of the procurement unit, who shall be the secretary of the planning committee. Now, the tenders board. The tenders board is the approving authority for the conduct of public procurement for procuring entities. And the tender board is to ensure that all contracting and procurement processes are executed in accordance with good commercial practice, BPP's policies and statements of business principles, the Public Procurement Act, the Procurement Procedures Manual. So the tenders board has the responsibility to ensure that the procurement process follows all those rules. Approval Government Circular Reference Number 59780 S2B 532 dated 27 May 2025 conveyed the approval for the newly revised prior review and monetary thresholds for service-wide application for public procurement goods, works, and services. The revised thresholds are to ensure sustained and realistic procurement outcomes in the face of current economic realities and to enhance budget implementation and ease of doing business. Now, the revised thresholds the ones that require BPP, certificate of no objection, anything you want to procure for goods that are 5 billion naira and above, you must go to BPP to get certificate of no objection for it to proceed. For works is 10 billion and above. And for non-consultancy services and consultancy services is 5 billion and above. For these values, you must approach the BPP, no objection to proceed to FEC. That's the Federal Executive Council final approval. 1 billion for goods that are worth 1 billion and above, less than 5 billion. You don't require no objection from BPP. It is no objection. I mean, you get approval of the tender board for this award. For works, 5 billion and above, but less than 10 billion. For non-consultancy and consultancy services, 1 billion and above, but less than 5 billion. For the Ministerial Tenders Board, anything 50 million and above, but less than 1 billion for goods. And for works, 75 million and above, but less than 5 billion for works. Consultancy and non-consultancy services, 50 million and above, but less than 1 billion. You go to the Ministerial Tenders Board and get approval. For parastatal tenders, anything for goods, anything 5 million naira and above, but less than 500 million. Your tenders board, your parastatal tenders board. For works, 50 million and above, but less than 1 billion. You must go to your parastatal tenders board to get approval. For non-consultancy services, 25 million and above, but less than 500 million. Then the accounting officer, who is the permanent secretary, in his approval threshold is less than 50 million. For goods, for works, less than 75 million naira. And for consultancy and non-consultancy services, less than 50 million naira. For accounting officer, who is a director general in a department or agency, his approval limit is less than 25 million naira for goods, and for works, less than 50 million naira, and for non-consultancy and consultancy services, less than 25 million naira. I hope that is clear. You can read through this on your own when the slides have been shared, and you keep it handy because it's a reference point for you all the time, especially for those of you in the MDS. You need to be these thresholds. Next slide, man. Revised procurement methods thresholds. There are different procurement methods that are applicable for public procurement. And for each procurement method, there is a threshold, a value threshold, when you must apply it. If for goods, any value of 1 billion and above must be subject to international competitive bidding and national competitive bidding, international and national. For works, any value of 5 billion and above must be subjected to international competitive bidding and national competitive bidding. And for non-competitive services, 1 billion and above. For consultancy services, this is not applicable. International or national competitive bidding is not applicable. For national competitive bidding, anything for 30 million and above, but less than 1 billion, must be subject to national competitive bidding. And if it is for works, 50 million and above, but less than 5 billion, you must go to national competitive. For non-consultancy services, anything 30 million and above, but less than 1 billion, you must be subjected to national competitive bidding. That's not applicable for consultancy services. For request for quotation, just a request for quotation less than 30 million for goods, and works less than 50 million. And for non-consultancy services less than 30 million, you can apply a request for quotation, whereby you invite just a number of contractors to bid. For shopping or market survey, for goods less than 10 million. For works less than, and for non-consultancy services less than 10 million. For shopping method, you can just survey and collect pro forma invoices from us and go ahead and evaluate. Pre-qualification of contractors. For goods up to 500 million and above, you must subject it to pre-qualification. And for works up to 1 billion and above must be subject to pre-qualification. For non-consultancy services, if it is 500 million and above, it must be to pre-qualification exercise. For quality and cost-based method of consultancy services, if it is above 100 million naira and above, you must deploy the quality and cost-based method of selection. I think by the time we get to the procurement of, you will understand what this means. Quality and cost-based selection method must be adopted if the value is 100 million and above. Next slide, Mike. Section 64 of the Finance Act created of 2020 created additional approving authorities to cater for the executive, legislative arm, and the judicial arm of government. Plans, pre-qualification and bid recommendations, contract negotiations, contract variations resulting in price changes, response complaints, approve the award of contract for procurement of goods, works, and services within the state thresholds. Next slide. The tenders board shall constitute a technical evaluation subcommittee of the tenders board, and the quorum shall be the chairperson or alternate, and there must be a representative of the procurement unit for there to be a quorum at the tenders board. And the chairperson or his alternate must be present for you to have a quorum. All meetings of the tender board shall be held in the presence of the secretary, the alternate chairman, or the alternate secretary to the tenders board. So if the secretary or the tenders board is not going to be at the meeting, he has to nominate somebody else. The procurement methods for goods and work. If you go to section 24 of the Procurement Act 2007, the open competitive bidding is the default method for procurement. Section 25 talks about the invitation to tender, that is advertisement. Section 26 talks about bid security. And section 20 about the bid submission methods. And section 28 talks about the rejection of bids, and 29 deals with validity of bids. And section 30 deals with bid opening, 31 deals with bid examination, that deals with the evaluation process. And section 33 deals with acceptance of bid. Tells you which bids are acceptable. 34, domestic preference, and 35. Section 36 deals with contract performance guarantee. What a performance guarantee is. Next slide, Mike. Yeah, the public procurement, section 25 of the Public Procurement Act 2007, as amended. Every advert of an invitation to an open competitive bid shall include the name and address of the procuring entity, quantity, category, and place of delivery of goods to be procured. A statement that submission is only in the English language. If you don't clearly state that you want your bids in English language, a bidder can Chinese, or he can quote in it, and you cannot disqualify him. The deadline for delivering or performing the procurement must be specified. A statement of the application of domestic preference must be specified. The instructions for obtaining the document containing the specifications, essential provisions of the procurement, if any. If it has not occurred, the detailed qualification criteria including line for the submission of the bids. The place, date, and time for the opening of must also be specified. Next slide, Mike. You mute yourself. 7. This is bid submission. And it says that all bids to an invitation to open competitive bidding shall be submitted in writing.
Gudanar muke so. Bari in yi masu ruwan magana.
Whoso all bids submitted shall be language. The procuring entity shall issue a receipt showing the date and time the bid was delivered. Whoever is receiving the bids must issue a receipt showing the date and time the bid was delivered. Any bid received after the deadline for the shall not be opened and must be returned to the supplier which submitted it unopened. No communication shall take place between procuring entity and any supplier or contractor after the publication until after the publication of a bid solicitation other than as provided in the Act. In other words, there should be no communication between the bidder and the procuring entity throughout the evaluation process until the has been determined. Next slide. All bids. Section 30 says that all bids must be submitted before the deadline or date specified in the tender documents. Any extension of the deadline for the submission of the tenders is advised to the tenderers. The procuring entity shall permit attendees to examine the envelopes in which the bids have been submitted to ascertain that they have not been tampered with. That is during bid opening. You must show to all attendees envelopes containing the bids to show that the bids have not been tampered with and have not been opened. You must show the envelopes to the bidders who are in attendance. The procuring entity shall ensure that the bid opening takes place immediately following the deadline for the submission of bids or any extension thereof. The procuring entity shall call over to the hearing of all present, name and address of each bidder, the total, the bid currency, so that these details are recorded by the secretary of the tenders board or his delegates in the. In other words, there must be a minute for the bid opening exercise. And these minutes must be secretary to the tenders board, who shall be present in the opening exercise. Next slide. Bid examination and evaluation. This you can find in sections 31 and 32 of the procedures manual and paragraph 44. Section 30, major deviation. This with major deviation, minor And Section 32 deals with the bids. Why Section 37 deals on interest late payments. And Section 38 deals with record keeping. Deals with special methods. It deals with the two-stage tendering method of procurement, the restricted tendering method of procurement, which is subject approval by the BBP. Request for quotations, direct procurement, emergency procurement. The two-stage tendering is usually applied when you are not sure of what you are looking for, and you want experts to send in proposals. First of all, send in proposals explaining what you intend to achieve, and the outcome their proposal is going to deliver to you. And then after that, you can now tender the most appropriate proposal which you have selected. You have to tender to everybody to participate in the tender exercise. Restricted tendering, for restricted tendering is selective tendering. Selective tendering, whereby you select factors that have been tested and you ask them to submit bids. But this method of procurement is not encouraged. It's not encouraged because it is restricted to a few individuals. The default method of procurement, like open competitive bidding, open tendering. Next slide, Mike. Procurement of consultants. Now, expression of interest to provide services for ascertained needs. Where you need to procure consultancy services, you must request the consultants to express their interest, expression of interest, to provide it in our ascertained need. And after they have submitted the expression of evaluate them, and then issue to provide the services to those who have been shortlisted. After your evaluation of the expression of interest, you evaluate the expression of interest. Next, the consultants that most likely provide you the services you requested, and issue request for proposal to them, and return to you for their needs. The procuring entity shall procure the services of soliciting for expressions of interest by publishing a notice to that effect in 2 national and a procurement journal. This is very important for you to note. The request for expression of interest will be published in 2 national newspapers and the procurement. Next slide. Yeah, a procuring entity may make direct requests limited number of consultants requesting proposals for the provision of a service if the services are only available from no more than 3 consultants. The time to examine and evaluate a large number of proposals will be the value of the service to be performed if it is in the interest of national defense and similar reason of confidentiality. In other words, what this section is trying to explain to you is that a procuring entity can approach a limited number of consultants to request proposals for provision of service if it's only available from more than 3 consultants. And also, if the time and cost to examine and evaluate proposals will be disproportionate to the value of this, then you can approach a limited number of consultants in that case. Because you cannot spend more than, you cannot waste money inviting too many consultants to submit proposals for you to evaluate when there is no value, or when the value is not sufficient for you to carry out that evaluation. So you are allowed to approach a limited number of consultants to submit proposals for that service. Next slide, Mike. Clarification and modification. A consultant shall be allowed to request for clarification on the request from the procuring entity, and such requests may be made within a reasonable time to be specified. The addendum shall be communicated promptly before the deadline for submission of proposals to the shortlisted consultants to whom the procuring entity has provided the request for proposals, and shall be binding on those consultants. In other words, if a consultant seeks clarification from you and you answer such clarification, you should give the same answer to all the shortlisted consultants to whom you have provided a request for proposal. And once you do that, it shall be binding on all those consultants who have received the clarification. Next slide. Submission and evaluation. The procuring entity shall allow sufficient time for the presentation and submission of the requested proposals, but shall in no case give less than 30 days between the issue of the notice or request and the deadline for submission. In other words, you should give a minimum of 30 days between the issue of your proposal and the deadline for submission of the proposal. The procuring entity shall establish criteria to evaluate the proposal and prescribe the relative weight to be accorded to each criterion and manner in which they are to be applied in the evaluation. In other words, you have to make public your evaluation criteria to the shortlisted consultants. You have to let them know how they will be evaluated, how their proposals will be evaluated. And if it's going to be weighted, how it's going to be weighted. Next slide. The Bureau may review and recommend investigation by any government proceedings. This is about surveillance and review. If you go to section 53 to 54, you will see what the Act says about surveillance and review. The Bureau is entitled to review and recommend for investigation by any relevant authority any matter related to the conduct of procurement proceedings by a procuring entity, or the conclusion or operation of a procurement contract, if it considers that a criminal investigation is necessary or desirable to prevent or detect a contravention of the Act. The Bureau shall, if satisfied that there has been a contravention of this Act or any regulations in relation to the procurement proceedings or procurement contracts, take action to rectify the contravention, which action shall include nullification of the procurement proceedings, cancellation of the procurement contract, ratification of anything done in relation to the proceedings, or a declaration consistent with any relevant provisions of the Act. In other words, the Bureau can suspend the procurement process if it believes that there has been a contravention of the Act, or if there is a whistleblower that notifies the Bureau that the Act is being breached, the procurement process, the Bureau can act to stop the process of procurement or the cancellation of any contract, even if the contract has been awarded. Next slide, Mike. Section 54 of the PPA 2007 says that all complaints must first be addressed to the accounting officer. So if you are a contractor and you have complaints about the process, you must first of all write a letter direct to the accounting officer. And the accounting officer must decide the complaint in writing, addressed to the complainant within 15 working days. The Act also provides the right of appeal to Bureau if there is failure to decide or if the contractor is unsatisfied by the decision of the accounting officer. The Bureau has to decide in writing within 21 working days to the contractor. And the Act also provides access to Federal High Court within 30 days of BPP decision. If the contractor is not satisfied with the BPP decision, or if the BPP does not respond to him within 30 days, he has the latitude to go to the Federal High Court and complain. Next slide. Now, public property disposal. You don't just wake up and dispose of public property. Any public property under your care must undergo a disposal process. Public property as defined by the Act includes resources in the form of tangible and non-tangible assets, ranging from serviceable to unserviceable items, whether it's a vehicle or a computer or your desk upon which you sit. You are not authorized to dispose it without going through this process. The open competitive bidding shall be the primary source of receiving offers for the purchase of any public property offered for sale. Every procuring entity shall also be a disposing entity. In other words, every MDA is a disposing entity. Disposal of public assets. Next slide, next slide. Now, sections 55 and 56. Every procuring entity shall also be a disposing entity. There must be a disposal planning, just like procurement planning. Section 56, subsection 1, talks about that. Section 56, subsection 4 states as follows. All procuring entities shall distribute responsibilities for the disposal between the procurement unit and the tender board. So the disposal process is between the tender board and the procuring unit. No other person has a right to dispose of any property. Next slide. Part 11, Section 57 talks about code of conduct for public procurement officers and all persons involved with public procurement, whether as an official of the Bureau, a procuring entity, supplier, contractor, or service provider, shall at all times be governed by principles of honesty, accountability, transparency, fairness, and equity. These are the principles that govern public procurement, which anybody involved in the procurement process must imbibe all these principles: honesty, accountability, transparency, fairness, and equity. All persons in whose hands public funds may be entrusted for whatever purpose shall bear in mind that its utilization should be judicious. So if you're spending public money, you must make sure you are judicious in the process of spending public money. And that is why public procurement is subjected to audit for transparency and fairness. And anybody who is found contravening the provisions of this law will face sanctions. The sanctions you will be seeing later. Next slide. Next slide, Mike. Now, legal basis for ethical conduct, Section 57. This section applies to all procurement officers, procuring entities, contractors and suppliers, and consultants. Nobody is left out. Everybody must adhere to the ethical conduct that is outlined in the Procurement Act. Next slide. Responsibilities of procurement officers. 1, you must avoid conflict of interest. You must maintain confidentiality of the bids that you are evaluating. Ensure objective evaluation. Reject inducements or gifts. Comply with due process. I guess we all understand what conflict of interest is. Conflict of interest is when you find yourself in a situation where you have a relation of yours or you have an interest in any procurement process. You need to declare that interest and excuse yourself from the evaluation process. Otherwise, you will be guilty of conflict of interest and you can get sacked or your appointment will be relieved because of that. So it is very important that if you have an interest in any process, you have to declare that interest and excuse yourself from the process. Next slide. Conflict of interest. Personal interest influencing decisions must be disclosed and avoided. Examples include awarding contract to a relative or you having financial interest in a bidding company. If you have shares in a company that is tendering, you must declare that you have an interest to and that you should be excused from that evaluation process. Otherwise, you will be found complicit. Next slide. Procurement offenses can be found in Section 58 of the Public Procurement Act. It includes bid rigging, collusion, fraud, bribery, contract splitting, false documentation, etc., etc. Next slide, Frank. Bid rigging and collusion includes manipulating the bidding process to favor a bidder. Examples will include price fixing and market allocation, violating fair competition principles. If you are giving information to the bidder about the bidding process, that is a violation of the bidding process. Fraudulent practices, misrepresentation of facts, submission of fake documents is not allowed. Inflated contract values, contract dividing contract to avoid approval thresholds, violation of procurement planning principles, common in weak internal control system, false documentation, forged certificates, fake experience claims, misleading financial statements. False documentation includes a situation where a procurement officer takes a task clearance certificate submitted by another bidder and gives it to another bidder to use as his task clearance certificate. That is falsification of documents and forgery. And you can be charged for forgery for that. Fake experience claims, misleading financial statements. These are all fraudulent practices which must be avoided. And if detected, must be reported. Now, Section 58. Any natural person, not being a public officer, who contravenes any provision of this act commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a term of imprisonment, not less than 5 calendar years, but not exceeding 10 calendar years without an option of fine. So if you are found guilty of contravening any provision of this act, you will be facing a prison term of not less than 5 calendar years. Any offense in contravention of this act shall be tried by the Federal High Court. Next slide. Let's go to administrative sanctions. Next slide. Yeah, the following constitute offenses under the PPA. Signing or awarding contract without procurement plan and administrative approvals. That's offense number 1. Entering or attempting to enter into a collusive agreement with a supplier, contractor, or consultant. Offense number 2. Conducting or attempting to conduct procurement fraud by means of fraudulent and corrupt acts. Offense number 3. Directly, indirectly, or attempting to influence a procurement process to obtain an unfair advantage in award of a contract. Splitting of tenders to enable the evasion of monetary thresholds set. In other words, if a contract is supposed to be of a value of 1 billion, and you divide the job into 500 million, that is an offense under the law. Because first of all, you are dividing the contract and you are avoiding the threshold for approval, which you are supposed to follow. Bid rigging is where offers submitted have been prearranged between bidders. If bidders get together and prearrange on how to submit bids or what to submit, that is bid rigging. Directly or indirectly restricting free and open competition leading to escalation of costs or loss of value to the National Treasury. Altering any procurement document with intent to influence the outcome of a tender proceeding. Insertion of documents not submitted at opening, example, bid security or TCC. Now, any bid security that is not submitted at the time of bid opening, you cannot accept it at the evaluation stage and insert it as a document submitted by a bidder or tax clearance certificate. You don't accept any tax clearance certificate once the bid has been opened and the documents determined. You don't accept any documents after bids opening. Request for clarification in a manner not permitted under the Procurement Act. Any request for clarification that is likely to affect the prices of the bid should not be accepted. Any clarification that is likely to increase the cost or reduce the cost quoted by a bidder should not be accepted. Willful refusal to allow BPP access to procurement records. If you intentionally prevent the Bureau from having access to procurement records, it's also an offense under this law. Next slide. Administrative sanctions for public officers. Section 6E, the suspension of officers concerned with the procurement or disposal proceeding in issue. The replacement of the head or any of the members of the procuring or disposal unit of any entity or the chairperson of the tenders board. These are things that can happen when you are found guilty of contravention of the law. The discipline of the accounting officer of any procuring entity, the temporary transfer of the procuring and disposal function of a procuring entity and disposal entity to a third-party procurement agency or a consultant. This can happen when the Bureau discovers that there has been a contravention. Administrative sanctions for companies. You can debar a supplier, that is blacklist. You can blacklist a supplier, contractor, or service provider that contravenes any provision of the Act and regulations made pursuant to this Act. A company can be excluded from a particular procurement proceeding if there is verifiable evidence that a gift of money, employment, or any other benefit was promised, offered, or given to any procurement officer. The company failed to provide due care in performance of any public procurement during the last 3 years. If in the last 3 years, a company or a contractor has been found wanting in the delivery of his contract, he can be debarred from participating in further procurement. The company is in receivership or is the subject of any type of insolvency proceedings. Any company that is proven to be bankrupt or is about to be bankrupt should not be included in any procurement proceedings. Next slide. On conviction, the following sanctions shall apply to government officials. That is for criminal sanctions. Section 58(5) of the PPA specifies that a term of imprisonment of not less than 5 calendar years without any option of fine, summary dismissal from government services, legal entities, that is companies, under Section 58(6), debarment from all public procurements for a period of not less than 5 calendar years. That is, the company will be stopped from participating in any procurement process for at least 5 years. A fine equivalent to 25% of the value of the procurement in issue will be imposed on the contractor. In other words, 25% of the value of that contract is the fine that will be payable by that contractor that has contravened the law. Directors of the company, a term of imprisonment not less than 3 years, but not exceeding 5 years, without any option of fine, will be imposed on the directors of that company. In other words, we will remove the seal of incorporation and look for the directors of that company and take them to court. And this will be the penalty for them. 3 years imprisonment without an option of fine. Next slide. Now we have section 59 to 61, where you have miscellaneous items. This section includes miscellaneous instructions and interpretations, such as the fixing of the seal of the bureau shall be authenticated by the signature of the chairman, director general, or any other person authorized generally or specifically to act for that purpose. Any document purporting to be a document duly executed under the seal of the bureau shall be received in evidence and shall, unless and until the contrary is proved, be presumed to be so operational. The accounting officer means the person charged with the supervision of the conduct of all procurement. A contract means an agreement entered in writing between two parties, two or more parties. Objects of every kind and description, including raw materials, products, and equipment, and objects in solid, liquid, or gaseous form, and electricity, as well as services incidental to the supply of this is goods. That's the definition of goods. Goods means objects of every kind and description, including raw materials, products, and equipment, and objects in solid, liquid, or gaseous form, and electricity, as well as services incidental to the supply of those goods. Next slide. What are some of the challenges that we face in public procurement? Barriers we must break. There are some challenges that we face in public procurement. And these include capacity gaps in MDAs. We have low capacity in some MDAs. We have budgetary constraints, political expectations or interference, resistance to change, amendment of the PPA 2007, manipulation of bid evaluation process, manipulation of the concept of the lowest evaluated responsive bid, manipulation of the concept of that. The procurement department or unit under another department and not the accounting officer. For instance, in some cases, you find the procurement unit reporting to the head of research and planning or any other unit instead of directly to the accounting officer. Misuse of variation. use of preliminary design to award contracts without detailed design, fake advertisement, collusion and bid rigging, lack of proper market surveys, recycling of contractors and consultants. Recycling of contractors and consultants. We must make sure we don't recycle contractors. Lack of use of if you don't use the revised standard bidding documents, you will be running the risk of making serious mistakes. Issuance of provisional award letters, lack of use of standard contract agreements, poor quality of project delays wanting to select contractors, lack of due diligence before award, beneficiary ownership of companies. That is a situation where the man who is requesting for the procurement is the owner of the contracting company. That's the beneficiary ownership of companies. Next slide. Next slide, Mike. Solutions. What are the potential solutions to these challenges? Provision of sufficient cash backing for projects. We must make sure that enough cash backing has been provided for projects before we start. Advertisement on the BPP or regulatory agency website and procuring entities website. If you advertise on the newspapers, you must also make sure you advertise on regulatory agencies website and the procuring entities website as well. Sector-based procurement frameworks. Sector-based procurement frameworks can be established. Enforcement of sanctions. We must make sure that we enforce sanctions. If anybody violates the act, we must enforce sanction that relates to that violation. Submission of requests via dedicated emails. Developing a national repository of procurement experts. BPP to issue practice license and MDAs must get no objection before engaging a trainer on public procurement trainings. Next slide. References. We have used the OCITRA model law to prepare these slides, and we also looked at World Bank procurement regulations and the Public Procurement Act, Finance Act 2020 and 2023, procurement regulations and procedures manual, the federal government circular reference number 59780, blah, 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 of 27 May 2025. Now, most democratic countries in Africa, some case studies, most democratic countries in Africa and all the states in Nigeria domesticated the OCITRA model procurement law. And now, case study one, a federal ministry splits a 120 million contract into 4 separate contracts of 30 million each to avoid approval by the Ministerial Tenders Board. So the task here is that you should identify the procurement offense committed, state relevant sections of the PPA, recommend appropriate sanctions, suggest preventive measures. Can we try this one? Anybody?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm sorry speaking. The task A, which is to identify the procurement offense. The procurement offense here is splitting the contract. Hello, did you get that?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, I said the procurement offense here is splitting of the contract into 30 million equal for 4 equal contracts instead of 1.
Yeah. So what is the appropriate sanction here?
The appropriate sanction as provided by the Procurement Act 2007 is the summary suspension of the procurement officer and also a jail time or prison time of 5 years without an option of bail or fine.
Okay. How do we prevent this from happening?
That I do not have an idea. I did not get where you spoke about that earlier. Sorry.
Okay, let me take that, the last one. Preventive measures.
Strict enforcement of
Yes,
procurement
preventive measures. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
go ahead.
Yeah, the preventive measure, from what I understand, is number one, is to make sure that adequate provision for cash backing for the project. That will ensure transparency so that the bidding companies or contractors have an idea of what the contract sum, what to expect. And again, that will also come into the advertisement on the BPP or regulatory agency website, so that it will be transparent, knowing fully well that the regulator is aware of the guideline. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And, not only that, is training of the procurement officers is very, very important. Proper training of procurement officers for them to understand what they are supposed to do and what constitutes splitting of contracts. Next slide, Mike.
Also,
Next slide. Now, the case study 2, a parastatal awards a major infrastructure contract without including it in its annual procurement plan. Evaluate compliance with PPA, identify the responsible officer, explain implications under Finance Act, recommend corrective actions. Who can attempt this one? Explaining the implications under the Finance Act. Can anybody attend this one?
Okay, let me try.
Are you with
Hello?
me?
let me try that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, Chidebere, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the question said the parastatal awards a major contract without including its annual procurement plan. The company is supposed to share, to be open to have its budgetary, what the capacity gaps in the NDA are, what is expected of them, so that they will be able to know if they will be able to handle the contract in question. Because sometimes if they're not open to know what is expected of them. Hello? Huh.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Hello. Who is talking? Is it Aminu?
So Aisha hand it up. She can speak. Aisha Ali, please go ahead.
Okay. Aisha, go ahead. We are listening.
Hello. Hello. Victor
Hello,
is
sir.
on the.
Hello. Aisha, are you here now?
Hello. Victor
Hello,
wants
this
to
is not
contribute.
Aisha. This is Rekia.
Okay, let's hear from Victor first before it here.
Thank
Victor,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Number one, there are certain times that some parastatals budgetary provision will not make enough provision for some projects, but they can make appropriation bill to come first before they can now come up with such a project to fund such projects. So the officer that needs to work with there, we have to do with planning and research and the department concerned. That's the first set of people. Then the responsible officer also has to do with the office that has to do with the project. And finally, the implication under the finance is that it is not tenable if it doesn't go through appropriation, whereby or they have a fund that has been allocated for a specific project that need to be taken back to probably the House of Assembly to now change the allocation for the specific project they intend to. Then the majorly we need to ensure that projects like that are catered for. Though there are some circumstances that some projects became in such an urgency matter, whereby take for instance when it comes to security, some states are facing some banditry now that they have never been exposed to. So the security vote they have in such state may not be able to cater for that. So they will have to resort back to their House of Assembly to give them permission and make it a law that they can take money from certain projects that are existing so that they can procure such projects at a time like that. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised a valid point there. When the appropriation is not sufficient to carry out a plan, you have to go back to your procurement plan and adjust to fit the appropriation. That is number one. And number two is that according to the Finance Act, if a contract is not covered under the procurement plan, it doesn't exist at all. It's not tenable. It's not tenable at all. So the officer has contravened that aspect of the law. The officer who
Hello,
awarded
sir.
the contract. Hello?
Yes, sir. I also have a question.
Yeah.
For example, a parastatal of the federal government, like TED Fund, now got a complaint from an institution that they need a certain facility to be built, to be provided for them, which is to be built, furnished, and equipped with the right apparatuses and equipment for students to have an access to a better and quality education. So now in the contract, they divided the contract into so many lots. That is the building of the facility, one, furnishing of the facility, two, and also lot three is maybe providing the right equipment. So let's say maybe it's a laboratory that the institution is requiring the third point to provide. Isn't that an offense which amounts to the splitting of the contract? Instead of giving the contract out as a whole, from building, furnishing, up to equipping it with the right equipment. Am I right, sir?
That is contract splitting, because the law requires you to give the total picture of the contract that you want to award.
But I think this is this practice.
So that you can
This
get the approval
practice
level.
is actually mainstream now, going on in the TED fund right now. There are so many contracts.
Sorry, I have a contribution to that.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Ricky, go ahead.
Hello, sir. My name is
Hello,
Rachel
Ricky.
Adams. I have a contribution to the last question that was asked by somebody from the TED fund. So if you look at that, in my own opinion, it is not contract splitting. Why did I say that? Contract splitting is when you are buying like items and you are dividing them into piecemeal. For instance, you want to buy office furniture and then you put the tables separately and then you put the chairs separately and put the visitors chair separately. That is contract splitting. So when you have a project and then you are doing building, you're doing furnishing, and you're doing different items in that lump sum project, you can break them into lots. Lot 1 will be construction. Lot 2 will be furnishing. Lot 3, like that. If you do it like that, it is not contract splitting because they are not like items. When they are like items, that is when it is contract splitting. So you can have contract for building differently. It will be lot 1. You can have contract for furnishing. It will be lot 2. You can have contract for purchase of vehicles. It will be lot 3. Like that. It is not contract.
But my follow-up question to that, excuse me, Mrs. Raki, is that identified or defined by the law, the Public Procurement Act, or are you just saying?
No,
I have a contribution to make.
What you're supposed to do in your procurement plan, okay? Yes. First of all, you have to have allocation for what you want to do. Then in your procurement plan, you are going to break the items down. And then based on how much your expected cost of the contract will be, will determine what procurement method you are going to use. Whether you are going to do advertisement, you're going to go for BPP for no objection, it depends on how much is going to be involved. Now, all those things will be contained in your procurement plan that you'll be sending to BPP for no objection.
That is correct. That is correct.
My hand is up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very much.
Hello, can I clarify this?
Can I say something?
Can I clarify this point? Now, you must identify the lots. You must identify them in lots in your procurement plan. And the budget you send to the National Assembly must specify the lots that the line item to the National Assembly, and you come back and break them down into lots on your own. Then that is contract splitting. So you must have already identified the different lots in your procurement plan before you tender the contract. That is when it doesn't become contract splitting. Can we move on? Next slide.
Hello, sir. Can I just say something?
Okay.
Hello?
Who is speaking?
Mr. Henry. In a situation where the budget itself is
Henry,
an instruction. Yes. In case where the budget itself, that project is an instruction of the National Assembly. That's like it's a constituency project that did not go through your normal budgetary plan, and you have such projects that has to do with construction and equipping. Can you still state that it's a contract splitting? Because, for instance, you need to build the place before you equip the place. A contractor that is doing construction
definitely cannot be a contractor. He cannot do the equipping because he may not have the necessary original certificate, original manufacturer's equipment certificate to supply equipment. So can we still name that as contract splitting?
The only way you can avoid classification is if you revisit your plan, you have to revisit your procurement plan and identify that project as lots. You have to revisit your contract plan, your procurement plan, and the budget, and characterize.
I think that solves it now. That solves
it. Lot. That is the only time you avoid contract splitting.
Please, sir. Can I contribute?
Who is talking now?
Engineer Innocent Agbosa.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we are just in a way confusing ourselves because when at the initial time when you are doing your procurement planning, you may have had some lots of projects you are going to do, and I have allotted them the way you want them to be, and it now goes for approval by the National Assembly. Those laws are in themselves separate ab initio. It becomes contract splitting when you now come back and start relotting what you have lotted. It becomes contract splitting. And ab initio, any procurement plan supposed to take into consideration the areas of specialization of contractors. Like if you have a building, if you have money for building, for equipping that building, for furnishing that building, and so on and so forth, ab initio, you should know that contractors who major in construction work may not have the license to procure laboratory materials. So you should now split all these things into lots before you go for approval. But when you have lumped all of them, and get approval and come back and start splitting them, it becomes contract splitting. But if at the point you want to start implementing the project, you're able to find out that I should have done this, and you now relot them and move it back for approval, I think that does not constitute contract splitting. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's move on.
Can I contribute, sir? Can I just contribute once for the last time, sir?
Okay. Who is speaking?
CE-sPESS.
Okay.
Mr. Mike, can't those suppliers be as subcontractors under the main contractor who is maybe building the facility, for example? Maybe the supplier contractor who is building the facility could look for people who would supply him with the laboratory equipment to equip the very facility he's building. Can that be possible?
That can be made possible if originally in your procurement plan you specify that you are going to award that contract to one individual who can now subcontract to others. In other words, you are sending one line item for approval. You are not lotting. That's when it becomes possible to subcontract.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mike, next slide.
Please, you have not answered the case study 2. You have not concluded it.
Which one?
The case study we are having.
What is outstanding?
We've been able to resolve the first question, that is evaluating the compliance with PPA. but you have not explained the implication under the Financial Act, and you have
But
not
I said,
recommended corrective actions.
hold on. What I said that the implications under the Finance Act is that it is not tenable. Once a contract is not in the procurement plan, it is not a contract. Once a contract has been awarded that is not that is not captured in the procurement plan, it should not stand. That's what I said. And that's clear under the Finance Act 2023. Corrective actions is, well, we have to train people. We have to train procurement officers to make sure they understand the need for procurement plan and why it is important that all contracts must be included in the procurement plan. All procurement activities must be included in the procurement plan.
Thank you. It's better. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, case study 3. 3 contractors agree in advance to submit inflated bids so that one pre-selected company wins the contract. Thus, define the procurement offense, identify indicators of collusion, state legal consequences under PPA, and state procurement / your country procurement act. Propose detection and prevention strategies. Who wants to attempt this one?
Sir?
This is collusion.
So my hand is up.
Yeah, Abu?
Sir? You say, the question says we should define the procurement offense. I think
Yes.
this is the clear case of bid rigging. Because it's bid rigging, sir.
Yeah.
Because 2 or more suppliers, contractors have colluded in advance to prearrange their submissions in such a way that one of them at the end of the day will win the contract, and maybe at the end of the day go back and share the proceeds or their gain. I think that is bid.
That's bid rigging.
Yes.
And collusion.
Bid rigging and collusion, sir.
Okay.
Then I think the legal consequences, under the Act is that there are punishment for that. It is
yes.
According to the Procurement Act, is a criminal offense under the Act, and it is punishable under Section 58. Is it 58? Yeah, under 58 of the Act. So I think the consequences for such offenses, yes, debarment of the companies or suppliers for a term of up to 5 years or more.
Debarment and imprisonment.
Yes, yes, sir. I think imprisonment is part of the punishment for such offenses.
Yeah.
But I know the whole somebody should consult Section 58 for more of punishment to the offense. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What about prevention strategies?
Can I make a contribution to that? Can I add to what he has said?
Okay.
Okay, I think for the fact that there's an inflated bid also included in their punishment should be I think 25% of the contract award. They have to pay of up to 25% of the contract. Thank you.
Yeah.
Of the contract value.
Yes, very good.
Fine. They have to pay fine. I'm looking for the prevention strategies now.
Sir, I think my name is Rachel Lagan again, sir. For the preventive strategy, sir, I think if agencies will do their need assessment early enough in the year, they will be able to identify the things that they need. In that way, they will have identified usually for need assessment, the procurement department is supposed to write to other departments in the agency requesting for their needs for the year. What is it they want based on what is approved in their appropriation? Now they can now list out all the things that they need, and in that way, you will not have issues of people just waking up and awarding major contracts. So if they identify their needs early enough, it can be taken care of instead of just awarding and then working back to the answer. That's one of my suggestions, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Sir, I want to make a contribution, sir.
To make
So I'm Engineer Umar, sir.
If realistic, you cannot award the contract to an bid. If your in-house estimate is realistic, you use it to checkmate inflated bids that are coming. Yeah? Who is speaking?
Sir, is innocent, sir.
Who is talking?
Innocent.
Innocent.
Innocent, sir. Okay. You know, the question says
go ahead.
That we should propose detection. How do we detect that there is collusion in pricing? I think in most cases, from what I have experienced for the past 5 years, when something like this happens, you will first of all identify that in most of these, in most of the bids submitted, you compare the handwriting and you see that almost one person has written for the 3 companies or something like that. You will also say that show that their pricing strategy are almost the same. This person will write that you buy a textbook for 150 naira. The other one will say is 151 naira. The other one will say is 155. So they are just juggling amongst themselves to arrive at a particular price. And just like the first speaker said, early detection of this. When you look at what they are pricing, how they are pricing are just dangling amongst themselves within some specified price limit, then you begin to, it will be first sign of detection. It's the red flag. That of handwriting is also a red flag. At times you will see that even their addresses, the addresses of these companies are closely related. This one is number 5, Ekweme Street. The other one is number 6. You see, all these things are what can give you that detection that these people are just one group of people trying to read a bit. Then prevention. Prevention can, just like the first speaker said, when you already know the prices of this material in the market, I know prices change within time, but when in February, if you get a price of a material that is about that, and you know is about 12,000, and somebody is telling you that is now 150,000 in March, you know it's a red flag. You have to go back and say, my friend, how did this thing jump from this to that? So all these things are prevention and detection strategies. Also, training and retraining of procurement officers are very, very important, because from all indication, what I'm saying now, I'm just talking from experience, not necessarily from the Public Procurement Act. So somebody that have been in training, just like we are being trained now, over and over time, you will understand all these things and you will be able to know when there is a problem. So I think with that, we will always nip the crisis in the bud. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I
Hello,
think,
sir. Hello, sir. Please, I want to talk, sir. For prevention.
Estimate must be realistic, and that will
Can
be
I have the
a
floor, sir?
guide. Who is speaking?
Joseph Kinde.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. About prevention, early prevention. Most of the times we realize that bid collusion will have started from the point of technical evaluation, where 2 or 3 companies share the same directors. Number 2, another area is that during the tender registration, one person may come to represent them, to represent the 3 companies or 2 of the companies. So we now see that their directors, they are almost the same thing. That's another area of early prevention.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move forward. Mike, next slide. Next slide, Mike. Now, case study 4, during evaluation, criteria not disclosed in the issue building document. New criteria during evaluation. Assess commitment of the act, procedure, regulation, name the principles of procurement that have been impacted, and the government corrective measures. Can anybody? Is that allowed?
It is not allowed.
Hello.
Hello. This is Engineer
Yes.
Victor.
Not allowed.
Not allowed.
Yeah, Victor, go ahead.
It is not allowed because there must be the detailed criteria even before the bid is submitted, talk less of bid opening. So if anybody will now use a different criteria, it is not acceptable and it is not expected. Also, the law do not support that. Then the core principle is that in the 30 days of bid advertisement and closing, such criteria must be put in place for every bidder to participate. And the recommendation or corrective measure is that such criteria will not be brought in once the bids are submitted, because it will be unfair to people who will not be aware of it when the bid is going to be open. Also, the bid are not expected after opening of the bid. New documents are not expected to be submitted. It is contrary to the law.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. It's like we are
And
lost.
you're innocent. By Engineer Mike.
From Engineer Victor is very, very bad.
Hello?
Hold on. I think his packet is dropping. Just hold on.
Mike, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, next slide, Mike. Yeah, case number 6. A senior government official pressures the procurement unit to award a contract to his preferred, explain the role of accounting officer, recommend institutional safeguards, suggest disciplinary measures. A senior government official pressures the procurement unit to award a contract to his preferred company. Is that allowed?
It is not allowed.
Influence of the process.
Yes,
Yes,
this
sir.
is a case of conflict of interest.
Unprofessional.
Yeah, it's undue influence, it's conflict of interest.
And it is very unprofessional. It's an aberration. Abuse to the PPA. It's an abuse to
Yes.
the Procurement Act. Hey,
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And this measures that should apply, we refer to section 58, where we have the sanction.
And the accounting officer must stand his ground and do not allow.
I have a question, sir. I have a question, sir.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I have a question, sir.
I don't know.
Which question? Who has a question?
I have a question, sir. A question based on this case study. Based on this case study,
okay.
sir, to you. Yes, so for instance, this case study clearly shows the interference, government interference or political interference in the bid process, which is a breach of the act. This is a government official that has pressured the procurement unit. So I want to say that I want to ask, is it easy to prove this official pressure in court? Because by the time the disciplinary measure comes, which is about 5 years imprisonment without the option of fine, does it allow, do you think the BPE, which is the regulator, will be able to get conviction so easily if there are no evidence on this kind of pressure? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If there is a recorded conversation, it can be used as evidence. If there's a recorded phone call.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Benjamin.
Hello.
Even if there's yes, I can hear you, sir. Even if there's a recorded conversation, that cannot stand a ground to accept, because procurement officers have been trained not to allow allow personal interest to override the general interest based on the PPA. So it's the procurement officers too need to be questioned for even agreeing to that kind of pressure without proper documentation, even if they have. What did the Public Procurement Act say? So both of them will be in for it. So even when there's recorded evidence, it will not save even the procurement officers themselves. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, okay. But this case does not say that the contract has been awarded yet. It says there's a pressure on the procurement unit to award a contract. It does not say that the contract has been awarded. So you cannot indict the procurement officer. The procurement officer may have reported this incident, in which case he has to prove that there is an influence. And proving that there is an influence must be with the recorded discussion, conversation.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yes, it's clear.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Next slide there, Mike. First 37. A ministry initiates procurement without confirmed budget allocation. Evaluate compliance with relevant section of the explain financial implications, recommend preventive measures. One of the financial implications is that there may not be money to pay for the job if it is done, if it's awarded, because there's no budget allocation. So who wants to attend this?
Hello?
Engineer,
Sir. Hello, sir. Sir, I'm here.
You want to take this one? You want to take this one? Hello? One.
Yes.
The ministry initiates procurement without confirmed budget allocation. Who is responsible for this? Is the accounting officer, isn't it?
Yes,
Payment.
the accounting.
There may not be money for payment if the contract is awarded. Yeah. So preventive measures is that people should be trained properly. We should be training our officers so that they will understand the implications of the actions they take. You cannot award a contract without budget approval. Next slide, Mike.
It is on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Sir? Yes, please.
Thank you very much
Hello,
for
sir.
listening. Do you have any questions?
Hello, hello, sir. Yes, I do
Yeah.
have a question.
Yes. Yes.
Please, can we have this very material
Right.
on the WhatsApp group? The material that you just presented. Can we have it on the WhatsApp group as a material that we can study?
Mike will share it. Mike will share it on the WhatsApp group. And
Sorry, sir. We don't share our material. You log on to the LMS, that's where you see the material. We don't share
Mike?
it. We don't share the material, sir. You only log into the LMS,
okay,
your readings, and do your quiz there. For the WhatsApp group, we don't share the document, please.
Okay, fine. Fine.
Hello,
And when
good
is our
morning,
next
sir.
class? And when is our next
Can we
class?
download from LMS?
Class will start shortly. Ask your questions. We'll
All
have a 15 minutes break before the next
Sir,
class.
can we please download it?
All right.
Hello, sir.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, please, I have a problem with my LMS dashboard. The track A and B courses are not showing up in my dashboard.
Trail from the LMS.
Can you handle that LMS thing?
I'm already an existing LMS user.
Please, can you keep that question later? Let's finish the lecture going on. If you have questions for this lecture, ask. Later we'll talk about that one, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Any questions for this lecture?
So far, no, we do not, sir. We thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Have a nice day, sir.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
for the next lecture.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
It's insightful.
Thank you, sir.
They want to document how to collect.
I'm very repeating
We'll come back 11.
You meant to wear a jacket, so the weather is cold.
Hello, please let's all mute our speakers, especially the breastfeeding mothers. Please. These are breastfeeding mothers, so please mute their speakers, please.
These are breastfeeding mothers, so please mute their speakers, please.
Please, everybody should mute. Everybody, please.
Everybody, please.
Please remember to put down your names on the attendance sheet or on the chat box. Your name, agency, email, your sex, whether male or female, with your phone number, please.
Sorry, sir, I didn't hear you. What did you say we should do on the chat box, sir?
The attendance list, down your name, organization, email, phone number, and your sex, whether male or female.
Hello, sir. Hello? Engineer, are you still with us? Hello?
We're on break, 15 minutes break. Come back 11:55. Next class will start by 11:55.
Okay, sir. But, okay.
Okay,
You
it's
just
in
say
order, sir. Noted.
against yesterday exam test you gave us.
Okay.
Let me begin. Yeah, good day. Good day, class. Yeah, good day.
Good day, sir.
Yes.
Welcome on board.
You are welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. We are on board.
Planning and strategy.
Yeah, which is on procurement planning and strategy. Yeah, session 1. So I'll be anchoring the session with the center leader, engineer, Professor Mrs. Chukudeme. Yeah, I'm the second person. My names are Dr. Duru Erasmus Ejike. If you have been practicing in procurement in Nigeria, you must have come across that name. So Dr. Duru Ejike has his degrees in economics, first degree economics, second degree economics, third degree economics. I have my master's in finance. Then I have my diploma in computer. Then I have done programs in entrepreneurship and innovation and procurement. Yeah, I'm a fellow certified public procurement of Nigeria. I'm a fellow Institute of Loan and Risk Management. I'm a fellow of policy management, and I'm a full member Nigeria Economic Society, among others. And so why I'm telling you this, for you to know that procurement you are seeing is versatile. For you to be an expert in procurement, you have to be very versatile. Just like we tell you, everyone can procure. But procurement is now going to professionalism. So that is why I want each and every one of you to key in. So without wasting much of your time, I will start with need assessment and spend analysis. Just like I keep on telling my students, we have two categories of students here. People that have gone through the program first, and they will find it easier. Then those of them that are joining new, it looks as if it's difficult. But like I normally tell my students, no matter your category, we will carry everybody along. And so that at the end of the day, you have something to gain. Those of you that have been joining them, it's more or less a revision class for you people. And those that are joining new, we have to take it easy so that you still enjoy and become a professional. Now, thank God we have started with models, what we call model 1 yesterday. Yes, then today again, module 2. And these are experts. Engineer Dr. Mr. Akambi, then Engineer Dr. Mike Mecha, yeah, Dr. Gwim, these are professionals mixing academics with industrial experience. So you have a lot to gain. Okay. So we are saying the objective of this session. One, you have at the end of the day, you have to understand what you mean by need assessment. Need assessment. The annual procurement need. We look at spend analysis. You understand what we mean by supply positioning models and how we apply it in procurement. So when we start, most of them, like I told my students, and I told them that whatever we are doing is coming from English language. So there's nothing difficult, especially this period of AI. There's nothing difficult. It's just for you to understand them and apply them. Now, when we are talking about needs assessment, needs and assessment, that's the key words there.
Please, there is no voice. We can't hear. I can't hear from my end.
Process by which the procuring entity compiles and consolidates annual purchasing requirement estimate by its constituent department or administrative unit. And understand that where we are coming from the World Bank standard. And that's why I say, whenever I'm teaching, I say, forget what is happening in your office. Forget about it, just get it right. And forget what is, some of you may feel that some of these things we are teaching, we cannot get it, we can't get it right. I was at the national, the conference that happened in Enugu. When I delivered the paper on what we call affirmative procurement, some of you that we are there, one of the DGs, you say that all these things we are teaching is not practicable. That was his language. So I just laughed because he's comparing with what is happening in the state. And you are now talking about even affirmative. And so I told him, yes, I know you are predicament, you are in the field, but we are going to get it right. And so that is why I say some of
Yes, we are not hearing you, sir.
It's so difficult.
Please check. We are not hearing you.
To get it right, but
check
the only
your
thing
network.
for us now
Check
to
your
get
network
the
from your
knowledge.
end. Maybe
That is exactly
position.
what PROC is trying to do with the World Bank. If you get the right knowledge, then with time, we are going to get it right. So when we are now talking about it, we are looking at compiling your purchasing requirement. It's an estimate by all the departments. Use your administration distance now by January, February, March, April, May, June. Let's say this is July. You start comparing from all the departments what they are going to need in the next year for all the departments. So once they bring it, forget what we are saying. If you understand it this way, it's going to be easy for us to do. Is it how possible? Whatever you are going to need by next year, just bring it from department to department, just bring it. So once they have done that, they have done their own. Now, the PE, now we take it off from there. That's why I say the scope of need assessment exercise covers all categories of procurement, works, goods, and services that are expected to be needed in the upcoming financial year. I'm saying that we are now in July. You are asking all the departments to bring all that they're going to need by next year. Then when they have done that, it is now your work to group them, whatever they have produced, whatever is their list, whatever is the content of the list, it is not the work of the PE to group them into goods, works, and services. And so that's why I commended the people that taught yesterday. That is how we group works, we group goods and services. Whatever they are bringing, it is now left for the PE to group them into goods, into works and what, and services. Now, we are now saying it is a process that must be completed in time to coincide with the procuring entity's budget preparation. And it is a critical point for integration with all financial management. I was here yesterday when somebody asked Engineer Dr. Mecha a question. Are we going to do this? Are we going to say, I think he got it right. He said, you work according to your budget. Doc, I think that was what you said. Yeah, you see, I'm re-emphasizing it again. He said, you have to look at the budget. All these things they have brought, you have to look at it together with the what, with the budget. That is why I say it's a process that must be completed in time to coincide with the procuring entities' annual budget prepared. It is this thing that is now going to help you to prepare your budget. And it's a critical point because if you don't integrate it, what are you now going to present as your what? As your budget? Are you going to estimate? So that is why it is very, very critical and it must be timely. It must be timely so that by the time you are now preparing the budget, it is not going to help them to prepare the budget. Fine. Now, the need assessment is typically triggered by procuring entity requesting the end user's department is very, very important. Like I told you, what we are teaching you is international best practices. And the new term we are bringing, especially in this bullet, is very, very important. The end time, the end users department, because they are the people that is going to use that product we are procuring to submit their expected procurement need for the upcoming financial year before a certain deadline. Taking into consideration the budget preparatory process is very, very important because this is what is going to help you to now prepare your budget. We are now saying the following details are required. Relevant quantities, desired technical specification, at least preliminary specification, and delivery timeline. You see, why we are, like we say, repetition is for emphasis. Repetition is anytime we are still repeating, remember, there is something we are looking for. The same thing, delivery timeline is very, very necessary. And it is one of the greatest problems why we have not developed, I have to say it, delivering at the right time. Let's use something like fertilizer now when we are talking about agricultural revolution, organic fertilizer that normally thrive when you put it, at least water will drop for it to be fake feed. And we are looking at the time lag. You couldn't deliver it. Your time lag should be between, let me say, April till September, because by October, rain will be season, November, December. And you are given the time to deliver within this period. I'm using just like our organic fertilizer. Now, just look at delivery time lag. You couldn't deliver it by that period. And you are delivering it by, let's say, by November, December, which is dry season. What will the farmer do? He will take it from you and apply it. It may not even see water to melt it. At the end of the day, you have delivered. We have procured. But the effectiveness becomes useless. So once we are talking about time, when we are talking about time, it's very, very important to us. I'm using it as a good example. So you have to tell us the relevant quantities, the desired technical specification. Anytime I'm teaching, I normally use little things to illustrate my point. That is why if you have been following my class, You enjoy it because we start from the known to unknown. I'm using something like laptop in terms of the technical specification. We say I need a laptop, but you have to tell us what is the memory size, what is the speed. At least you have to know that. So that when I'm saying I need a laptop, you don't have to bring a laptop for me if I'm into typing. It's not the same laptop. If I'm into cyber, so maybe I'm using it for cyber. It's not the same. If I'm into design, something like hacking, it's not the same. So laptop is not laptop. So that is why you're saying, look at the specification I want, so that when you are delivering it to the end user, you are not doing it for yourself, you are doing it for the end user, so that it will not be useless to me. That is exactly what you are saying at this point. And it's not a dash. Yesterday I said I was at the lecture. Thank God I was there. When Dr. Mr. Akombi was there, he said, it is the taxpayers' money you are using to do this. She was able to differentiate between private procurement and the public procurement. It's not your money, my dear. I should be happy. You are giving me a laptop. It's not your money. That is why I say we are going to get it right. By the time we are challenging them, you are just a custodian to this money. It's taxpayers' money. It's my money. It's your money. Your own is just to oversee. So you have to do the right thing. So by the time we start challenging them, we put them there. The governor, the president, or whoever, we voted them in. You are not using your money to do this. You are using our own money to do it. So that they don't say that you are giving me a laptop that I cannot power, that I cannot use to do government work. So that is exactly what we want you to understand at this. When we are talking about the relevant quantities. So if you go to the ministry, for them to over-invoice, they can procure, but something that is not even useful. Some of them will stay in the store and become outdated just because they want to make the money. While we have even submitted what we need for the upcoming year. So you people have to understand this, because why we are saying this, if we can understand it and start implementing in our various ministries, in our various MTAs, in our various parastatals, we are going to get it right. So that is why World Bank is coming out with PPRC with this now. We are saying again, the procurement need must include both recurrent procurement needs plus evolving needs, especially new initiatives or development project plan by the procuring entity in the upcoming year. Now, why I'm saying this, that's why I say those of you that have been coming, is going to be more or less revision, which will help you to have a good grade. And those of you that are coming newly, that is why we're even going back again to the basis. Now, let's assume that recurrent, there are new intakes. There are new intakes. You have to still bring them in. When I'm teaching you, I normally use something like, I'm from Federal University of Technology. Let's assume that our population this year is about 9,000. And we have new departments that are created. It won't be 9,000 again. You have to be 9,000 plus those new departments. So that is now where we're saying plus evolving needs. Plus evolving needs. And if it is a machine, maybe you have been using a manual. We have been using manual to keep our environment clean. Now we are now bringing something like mower. We are bringing in machines to help those that are using hand. We have to bring them in. If it is a situation where we are using, we don't have internet, and now we have internet facilities, we bring them in. Like the lectures we are having now for 4 years now, which you are saying is hybrid. Before, you have to come face to face for you to have this lecture. But today now is hybrid. Some people can come face to face. Some people can stay in different places, even in Gambia, to have the lecture. So some of these facilities we are bringing in, they are now plus evolving needs. You bring them in. So that is what is now going to make that is what is going to make your need assessment to do what? To change. So it's not going to be the same thing. So that is what we are saying, especially new initiative, development project plan by procuring in the upcoming year, you bring them in. So that is going to help. Now we are saying the need assessment is the first step. Is the first step in the annual procurement planning process, which has the overall scope, just like I said before. Yes, and the estimated cost. Then, and any word we are saying is very important to us. We are saying need assessment is participatory. Usually, it may require several cycles of what? Of consultation involving the end users, I've said it, the technical specialist, the procurement, the financial department, because that is where it ends. I told you that I have a degree in finance. Because you may plan and plan and plan and plan and plan and plan. At the end of the day, the finance is what is not there. What are you going to do? You go back and replan. Gone are the days where we say you cut your coat according to your size. No. Today now you cut your coat according to your what? According to your cloth. Even according to the material. So maybe if you are the one that is so big, your material is not. We can do it for you, fitted. We make it fitted according to your. It becomes the fashion. This one is fitted. Because if you continue to cut according to your body, we may not have enough clothes. So we make it fitted. It's going to be tied to your body. And it becomes a new fashion. Others will start cutting. Others will start learning from you. So that's exactly what we are saying in procurement. And what we are saying just like making efficient use of that resources. The efficient use, which you are calling in procurement, value for what? Value for money. So that is why we are saying that it is participatory. You continue to adjust and adjust and adjust until the final. You see, it may also need to be readjusted at the time of approval for overall budget or procurement. That's why when I was teaching the other class, if I can remember one of the jokes I did with the bosser, I say that the bossers are very, very very powerful. You can imagine that the VC will sign a document, you will be rejoicing. He will be rejoicing. By the time he's now going to the bosser is adjust, he'll be wondering. And you don't to write something that you may not understand and take to the VC. VC will concur with him because he knows the resources of the organization. So that is why we continue to adjust and adjust until at the point of approval. So that is why not only the end user, you have to carry everybody along. You have to carry everybody along in this process. So we are saying procurement need assessment rely heavily on historical consumption record from the PE's database in the recent. So it is very important to us. If you don't keep data, if you don't keep information, please, you start now to keep it. Just like as I was saying, let's assume in that school again, no new department. We go back again to our old record and take that information. But what if that information is not there? What are we now going to do? So that's the challenge. So here I said the procurement department must ensure that the requisitioner or the end user provide the following details. You have to give us, because we are working based on information. End users quantitative or requirement item. You have to tell us the description. End user justification for deviation. I gave you the reason again. If there is any deviation, you tell us if there is any deviation. Then end user justification for deviation, just like I told you, end users indication of any limiting factor with respect to the compatibility of the existing infrastructure. If there are new works, bill of quantity, then TOR, we are going to come to some of the terms. TOR is terms of reference and scope of needed physical, just like the maintenance I said before, security, catering, and consultancy work. We are going to come to them in the course of our lecture. End users indication of budget expected to be available, especially for a current and new requirement. If there is change, we have to let them know. And any other mandatory environmental and social requirement that must be met. Just like we are saying in procurement now, we cannot talk without bringing out the environmental issues. We have to talk, we cannot talk without bringing out the social issues that must be put into consideration in the course of our work. So we must emphasize on them at this early stage. Then the question goes, how do we now conduct this our need assessment? How do we conduct it? So we are saying one of the first one is you have to identify the needs, and this should be the actual. You have to identify those needs. Fine. When you identify them, the next thing you have to do, you have to collect data. You analyze application and you evaluate. Yes. When we are now talking about need identification, here at this stage, the company analyzes the current state and need. It should also discover other undisclosed needs that may be hindering the organization from moving to the desired goal. Then the business should rank them in order of importance of improvement. Just like you are saying, your scale of preference. All those little this thing we did in economics, we bring them in here. Then when you have done that, you collect the data and analyze. This stage presupposes gathering information necessary for the company to better understand the gap between where it is now and where it strives to be. Data may be collected both from the internal company record, that's the micro level, or external at the macro level through research. Then when we have done that, that's what they call data application. As soon as the company has collected and analyzed the necessary data, it uses this finding to evaluate solution and determine which one is best from the point of cost and benefit. Remember, that's what they call cost-benefit analysis. And just like Dr. Mr. Akampi taught you yesterday, the difference between the private and the public. The private aim at profit maximization, while the public aims at welfare maximization. And so that is why you look at the cost and the benefit. This generates an action plan on how to implement the chosen solution and also allocate resources required for this. Then you now move to the evaluation. You move to the evaluation. Evaluation can help the organization understand what is made an action plan success or find any weak point in the need assessment. For example, you may find out that you have missed an important gap or allocated not enough resources to fill it. And so these are the things you do at the evaluation stage, because they are very, very critical at this stage. Now, when we have done that, you relax. When you relax, what do you now do again? You now move to what we call spend analysis. The spend analysis, they have relationship. It's a once the procurement needs are compiled, the procurement department pursue the next step of the procurement planning phase. And this phase, which is to analyze and categorize these needs. You analyze them and do what? And categorize them. So what are we doing at this stage? Spend analysis is going to answer the following questions. All these things, what are we buying? Like, remember, we are comparing it with our budget. We have scaled it down and know our budget. Then if we know that, you say, who are we buying from? Remember, it is the suppliers, or what they call the vendors. We are buying from the vendors. But which of them are we buying? Who need to buy it? Are we buying it centrally? Or are we buying it centrally? These are the questions. Remember, everything we are doing is to minimize cost, or what we want to have value for our money. Minimize cost and have value for our money. Then how often do we buy? It's very, very necessary. Are we going to buy every day? Are you going to buy it in large quantity? Remember, if you are buying every day, the cost is there for you. The cost, anytime you pay transport to buy. Then if you still now you are going to buy once, remember again, if you buy once, some of them will go spoiled. Some of them will cause spoil. So you now have to use what method am I going to buy? How many quantities am I now going to be buying weekly, monthly, bi-monthly? So these are the things we are going to do in the course of this one. Yes. Then the next one is now, how often do we buy? When did we buy last? How much did we pay in Modis? That is where you see inflation is now coming in and the price adjustment is still coming in. So these are the things, that's why it's now professionals that is going to man this position. He said, are we getting what we have been promised? Value for money. And to where the item are delivered, is it going to be geographical destination? How does the data compare with the historical record from the previous years? Just like what I told you before. If there is any deviation, you give us reasons for that deviation. If there is none, better. We continue to work with our previous. Then what is the aim of spender analysis? Remember again, we told you your questions are going to be OBJ. And it's going to be OBJ. One, is a one to identify cost saving opportunity through aggregate buy. Remember again, when I said that who is buying, what I said, are we, who need to buy it? Are we buying centrally? Are we buying centrally, or each department should buy their own? Each unit should buy their own. And what is going to make us to decentralize? What is going to make us to centralize? It is the work of the PE that will make us to know this. So that is why we identify cost-saving opportunity through aggregate. Aggregate buying is going to make us to say, let me use FUTO as an example. Let's assume we are constructing. Then we need about 6,000 bags of cement from we don't call company, from a name company. And we know that a trailer load can carry 600. Is it not better we just buy it once and not distribute than telling one department, okay, go and buy 100. This one go and buy 100. This one go and buy 100. This one go and buy. Only the transport alone is not going to make the cost to be high. Or let's assume you are using floor to manufacture in a private industry. You know that the floor can be about 600. Why not use one trailer to move it than saying this one go and buy 40? It's the same transportation is what we are going to spend. So this is exactly when we are talking about aggregative buying, saving costs through aggregative buying. Then another thing we manage is using past experience in acquisition of similar contracts and guide potential market sourcing strategy. Yes, risk. You are buying something like glasses. How do you move it? That one will not spoil. Have you gotten such experience before? Do you have logistics for that? So these are some of the questions that spend analysis into. Then optimize the use of available financial and human resources. Then because we want to optimize it. Just like as we are teaching you now, let's assume we have 100 students. It's the same resources, the same lecturers that we are going to use. If we have 1,000, the same 10. So we have now used our financial and human resources to do what? To optimize. So that's exactly what you say. Then it's going to help us to form the benchmark setting, or what we call KPIs. KPI is key performance indicators. We are going to do a detailed analysis of them. For each one has their own key performance indicators in the department. So just like we said again, we are saying spend analysis give a clear picture of the procurement spending across categories, across suppliers or vendors, and across what? Departments. So it's going to help us. It's going to help us so that at the end of the day, just like somebody going to the market, you make the list of what you want to buy. check your budget, make the list. Because if you don't make the list, and sorry, especially the women, you may see a very nice cloth and now you are going to leave the major and say, oh no, this cloth is very good. You buy. You see a canvas for your son. Oh, in fact, this canvas is going to be okay for my son. You buy. By the time you are paying, you now find out that the main thing you are meant to buy, you have not even bought them. So that is exactly so that is going to help you to identify the cost-saving opportunities. It's going to guide you to manage the risk based on past experience. It's going to help you to make use of that your financial and human resources. You optimize them. And it's going to help you to what we call the benchmark for key performance indicators in the procurement. So we are saying spend analysis output, give a clear picture of procurement spending across categories, suppliers, and what department. Then when we have done that again, we now move into what we call supply positioning model. Supply positioning model is a simple framework used in procurement to classify goods, works in two factors. One, value of money spent. How much is spent on the item? Risk, supply risk. How critical the item to the operation, or how variable is supply? That risk that is associated with every acquisition. Then in supply positioning model, we divide them into 4 quadrants. What are they? We have tactical acquisition, tactical advantage, strategic security, and strategic critical. Each item in this need assessment is positioned by the procurement team into their respective quadrant or positions. So look at what we do as an expert. This is from World Bank. Depending on the goods, depending on the services, you classify them as a professional into what are the risks that are faced. Are they of high risk? Then what are the costs? Are they the cost? Is it small? Is it tangible? Is it intangible? Or is it going to take the huge amount of our money or our budget? That is what is going to help you to place every good. That's why we say risk or vulnerability, and we have cost. So we still use color, just like I told the other class I taught. When you are seeing red, means that that good is very, very difficult and it has very high risk. When you see green, you find out that that goose is environmentally friendly and it is of low cost. Then blue and yellow, they are in between. So when we have it, those ones that are very simple, non-critical items, simple and easy to acquire, we call it critical acquisition. Now, those ones, they are still simple, but they are not simpler than the green one. We use the leverage item, just like I told you. Don't take the lectures, although we are making it simple. Don't take it for granted. Read in between lines. The difference now, you are talking about leverage. Those goods that you buy almost every, let me say, once in a quarter, once in a month, once in a session. That's what we call the leverage item. Exploit purchasing power and minimize cost. We call it tactical advantage. That's the difference between tactical acquisition and tactical advantage. Then we have bottleneck, those ones that are difficult. When you say this one is bottleneck item, they are difficult. Here we have few suppliers, like those ones that are being done by oligopoly market. Oligopoly market. So we call them strategic security. Then you now see the extreme. This extreme is strategic items. Here, no single firm can buy them. Before they do that, they form what we call partnership or joint ventures. That is why we now group them as strategic what? Critical. But in the strategic security, you may not find it all that difficult like the strategic critical. But here now, you don't need to form partner. But this one you have to form partner. Just like I told the other class, just like some marshy areas in Waterloo, or maybe if you go to, I think last time we had Bar Beach. In some of those water logs in Lagos, you find out that firms are buying them. Once they buy it, they use sand to fill it and build. So if you are building in such places, you need engineers that knows how to handle water, know the type of sand to use to fill. So you don't just go there and start building. So that's a very good example. Unlike when you are building in a ordinary, where you can use just one, an engineer or structural engineer. But that one you must know two, or engineer that this in sand, this one this in water, and this one this in structure. So that's a good example I used for them last time. I'm still repeating it now. Sorry, I'm in a class. I'll call you back. I'm in a class. I'll call you back. So that is exactly what we are saying. Okay. Now, but we are not going to stop there with that analysis. We move ahead again to look at those ones which I have explained. They are risky, impact. They are cost, high impact on citizen experience. They cost a lot. Their prices, they take large portion of our income. They have single or few suppliers. Like using Nigeria now, aircraft. You can see how much we are spending to just acquire one aircraft. So that will give you a good example. So there you enter long-term partnership with the suppliers because they are few and single. You have to manage them. Now you look at the blue one, which is nearer to the green. So this one again, the item with high impact on service. You see the keyword, they are leverage items. We put it in bracket. Many suppliers, small percentage of cost saving, we have a large impact on the bottom line. Focus on cost reduction by competitive between the suppliers or the vendors. Then we have the top left. The yellow one, high risk, but low impact. So you can't compare it with the red. Do not contribute to large portion of the operational cost. Suppliers has power position. Ensure continuous supply, if possible, at a premium cost. Then the green one, the blue one, sorry, the green one, non-critical items, simple and automate. The procurement process as such as simple. Use decentralized. No formal revision or approval process. Little items. Those little items. So we now still specify them this way. And you specify them this way. Then we now conclude. Because what you are trying to do is just open your eyes. You now go and read. Need assessment is the process of compiling the annual procurement need. We said it. The process involves many stakeholders, the end user, technician, procurement, financial department. It's a planning that identifies overall scope of procurement need, the timeline for delivery. I told you the spend analysis is all about examining the spending that aim to reduce cost, increase efficiency, and better understanding of the market. Spend analysis, I told you that it answered the question, what are we buying? Who are we buying from? Because we feel that we have known our vendors. Are we buying centrally? Are we buying in bulk? Do we buy every day? Do you buy every month? Do you buy in 6 months? What is going to make us to buy at this? What is the price? And are we getting value for what we are buying? Then the supply positioning model is used to divide our goods and services into 4 quadrants, depending on the cost and the risk that are involved. The 4 of them I told you is tactical acquisition, tactical advantage, strategic security, and strategic critical. So this is the entry point, yes, for this our model. So I thank you very much for listening to this first diet from our model. So thank you. Okay. Question? Yeah, questions. Yes. Stanley, and then.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Yes, thank you very much. In fact, I joined very late, but I must have to confess that the little time I spent, in fact, gladdened my heart. And I'm just, trying to drop this message now so that you can help us with either the recorded version or the slide so that we can flip through. We have been at the other end at the social standards, sessions, not knowing that this link was also available. So that's the little input I want to make. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir. Sorry, let me also add to what he has said. In fact, I also joined that link since yesterday because they told us that what the email they sent to our phone, our email, the message they sent to our email, that is the link we will use. So I used it and I joined yesterday. So what they were doing was a little bit strange. I was just hearing something about union, that this morning again, continuing the class. I was wondering, so I was waiting to ask, is it that they will do procurement later? Why is it like this? So I just went out and checked other mails and also procurement, so I was able to join. So now in your class, yes, sir. In your class, I heard you saying yesterday they did something on procurement. So I don't know, how do we cover up the one we missed now yesterday?
Please hold on first. Because if you want to understand what we've done since the first day one, there is a link I sent in the group that comprises the video of what have been done and taught. That's a YouTube link. You will watch it live and see what have been done. You start afresh and also revise with it. I will resend the link again. But for now, ask your questions based on what he has taught you now.
Okay, I'm saying that of yesterday will be sent for us to see, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this group, that is where we'll see the message.
That will be fine.
Okay, because we don't know. It's like they put some of us on social standard and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We get. We're able to try it. When I still work for someone. So let me go to yeah, come ahead. Second one. That's one. Which one?
I have a question for the facilitator. I don't know whether I can say ask.
I should ask. Please unmute. Yeah. Yes. Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Unclear.
Can you hear me now?
For the facilitator.
Yes, we can hear you.
So we are entering the second session, which we are calling types of competition in the marketplace and the analysis of suppliers' preferences by the same. Okay. So here we are saying by the end of this session, the person will understand the competition that prevails in the market, understand procurement strategy to be adopted, then let me. Yes. Then now we are saying part of the market analysis here is for you to understand the competitors in the market. Because if you understand it, it's going to help you to understand the pricing, the risk transfers, and what you are going to do. Now, the first thing you will do here is to understand the market. Just like we told you that for you to do well in procurement, you have to be versatile. Like the first degree that we are running in FUTO now, we have people from engineering, we have from quantity surveying, we have from economics, we have from finance, we have from law, we have from even estate management. And if you see the curriculum is very versatile, purchasing and supply. So you'll be wondering why we are doing this, even the students, but it's for your own interest. Because when we are talking about, I told you, it's grouped into goods, works, and services. This building now, when you build it, say you procure it. Transportation, when you are building roads, rails, is procurement. You need engineers. When you are talking about quantity survey, you need them. Consultants, you need them. The legal framework you did yesterday is the law that we interpret. The lawyers will interpret. So that is why for you to be an expert in procurement, you have to be multidimensional. You have to be very, very versatile. And so we have to say it. So that is why, even you remember again, the assumption again, just like what Dr. Mrs. Akembi taught you yesterday, when you come to the public procurement, remember the assumption is that you are not producing anything. You are depending on the vendors. So you have to understand it. You are depending solely on the vendors, which we are calling the suppliers, and they are depending on you too. So if you don't understand them, you may even when we are talking about our tendering, you have to understand this at this level. Why do you advertise? For you to advertise in the national daily now, you have to spend almost 1 million, depending on the procurement, which we are going to teach you. And if it is on large goods, you have to advertise at least 2 times in the national daily. And each of them will cost you not less than 1 million. And why are we doing this? We are doing this so that a lot of vendors will now apply. And so that it will not be a single supplier or maybe one-man business, so that by the time they are now applying what we call by the bidding, expressing their interests, from there you now select the best. So that's the essence of all those things we are doing. Hello, man. Yes, yes. Are you in the class? Okay, I will give you Mike's number. Okay. Take it right. Speak with that woman. Say what you will be trying to come. That's Engineer Mike. Yes. So when you have that at the back of your mind, then we now look at the number of, is it a perfect market? Is it imperfect market? Is it a oligopoly market? Is it monopoly market? Is it monopsony market? Okay. Just give me a second. Hello, Doc. Doc, I collect what I'm not teaching na procurement. I could you up maga collect. I teach in procurement. One online lecture, man. I'll collect it while I was after my lectures. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm having lecture. I'm having lecture on procurement. I'm having lecture on procurement. I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs. Last floor. Come to the last floor. Come to the last floor. Hello.
Well, here, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
We're here.
Sir. We are with you. Yes.
We're here.
Yes, sir. Yes, we are with you, sir.
Are we there?
Yes, sir. We are
Yes,
here.
Can you hear me on network? No.
We are
we can
hearing you
hear
now.
you.
Before we weren't hearing you, but we are hearing you now.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you now, sir. Yes.
Okay, you are
We are not hearing
me.
you again, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So you have to look at your suppliers, just like I said. Are they perfect market, imperfect, oligopoly, or monopoly? Then when you now look at them, that will guide you. Now, first, how do you know which one? When there are many suppliers, you say they are perfect market. Few suppliers, imperfect. Few suppliers, oligopoly. One, monopoly. And one buyer, monopsony. Then you look at the yes, you now look at the power. Is the market very powerful? When the market has no power, perfect. If it has little power, it's imperfect. If it has high power, it's oligopoly. But absolute power, absolute monopoly. Then you look at substitute. Is it the goods are they the same thing? Are they the same thing? That's what they call homogeneous goods, work, services. Can you interchange these to this? If you can do that, you group that perfect market. But if the goods are differentiated to some extent, it's imperfect. But if the difference are large, it's oligopoly. Then when we have one, no substitute, you say it is a monopoly. You look at the price. This one price supplier, one market supplier. They are price taker. They don't have any option than to take their price. Perfect market. If there's a price competition, imperfect. But if they are seeking the price stability by leadership or commission, I'm going to explain that later. To the people. If the price are being set by one person or one market, or maybe that is discriminating, that's monopoly. You look at the profit, it's easier to make normal profit, which is exactly what World Bank wants. We want them that when they finish supplying, they will make profit. We are not against profit, but what we are saying, they must make normal profit. That's perfect market. When they make more abnormal profit in short term or short run, we say it is imperfect. But when they make abnormal profit, it is a oligopoly. And when they make abnormal profit, you now find out that it is monopoly. Barrier, this one, if people can enter the business, go out and confident, that one is what we call a perfect market. If there are limited barriers, it is imperfect. But if there is barrier for entry and exit, you now find out that it's oligopoly. Then when there is heavy or significant barrier, you now find out that it is a monopoly. So if you understand this, you are not going to know how you are going to treat these vendors. That is why it's very, very necessary. And know when they have colluded, because our plan is for them to bid independently so that we can now guess the best bidder, or what we call the most responsive bid. That's the language we use. Now, when we have this, we now have suppliers preference tools. He says supplier preference tools that help the PE assess how the supplier view the PE as customer. And depending on this view, the supplier is likely to behave or how he's going to respond. So just like I told you, what we are doing in procurement is what they call bilateral monopoly. When you are hearing about bilateral monopoly, we are saying two. The other one depends on this one. The vendor will depend on the suppliers. We are not producing anything. And they depend on us on the profit. So it's a bilateral monopoly too. Now, what now happened in this place? Now, these tools is now helping to define what will be the action of supply towards the business that they offer. And I want to tell you, this is one of the greatest problems facing suppliers in Nigeria, especially government contracts. This is what makes it very, very costly. Now, two parameters are used, namely the value of the business to the supplier, two, overall attractiveness to the business to the supplier. So we are looking at our suppliers now. We are looking at them. What value are they getting? I told you that what you are teaching is not that thing you are doing in any of the government. No, what you are teaching is international best practice. We are saying by the time a supplier finishes doing business or doing contract, he's supposed to make a profit, at least 20%. 20%, because remember, this person has somebody he employed, he has an office, he's paying rent. It is from this profit he made that he's going to pay this rent. He has dependents, people, the family members that he's paying for. So he's supposed to make profit for every contract he or she did or his company did. That's exactly what we are saying. Now, how is the value of that business and the overall attractiveness? Now, we now look at the supplier to place them in this place. Is to identify risk and deal with them. Such identification, read through these two, can be further be validated for market engagement, for pre-qualification exercise, and other issues. Now, the first thing we are looking at, the supplier may generally perceive the PE in 4 ways. One, as a development. A PE will be seen as attractive, or why the value of the business is currently relatively low. Supplier will be keen to win new contracts and make new current contracts very effective. The supplier is likely to offer good service and show considerable interest in resolving any issue that may arise when they are seeing you as a customer for development. They may not be making millions from the contract, from the suppliers, but they are seeing you that you have good things to do or to offer them. With this now, the PE should be actively encourage receiving bid. When you bid, when you advertise, they are willing to come and work with you. They are willing to take up those contracts. These and any contract are likely to be very competitive. Find that many people, many vendors will like to apply. And some of them will even go as giving you exceptional service so that next time you can call them. They want to secure the future because they are seeing you as a customer for what? For development. And when they now move to see you as a core customer, you see, customer for development and the core customer. Supplier will invest significant effort to retain and expand the current business level. And that's all the PE can expect one to be treated as important customer because they're seen as a core customer. They have to have a beneficial relationship that drive value for both the PE and the supplier, which we are calling in business win-win situation. They perceive a high level of service and response as the supplier who want to return and expand business. The suppliers attempt to increase profitability, even though it is low, while sharing the benefit with the PE. Suppliers will be restive and become partners in progress. The PE can use the above at both suppliers' qualification and bid evaluation stage. Bid evaluation use rated criteria offer the best opportunity for the PE to identify and attribute value to suppliers and bid that offer above futures. So here they are seeing you as a core customer. That is the way they are seeing you. Now, when they now move to that place again, when they now see the PE as a nuisance, the PE that is considered as will be giving minimum attention, and suppliers are willing to seek to pursue any new bidding opportunity because they see you as a nuisance. Even the contract they have done, they are not being paid. They are not even making any profit. Suppliers will run the PE very low in its list of priorities. Since, like I said, there are little profit to be made, difficult or expenses to service, or in paying bills. When they finish the contract, you don't even know when they are going to pay you. You are not sure, but let me be doing. Let me be doing. You are just risking. So as a result, the PE being considered as a nuisance, the supplier is likely to offer poor service and show little interest in resolving any delivery, quality, or contractual issue. Consequently, PE should be very cautious about receiving bid from such supplier and should also consider whether they should try and exit any existing contract, because they are seeing the supplier, they are seeing the PE as a nuisance. Now, the next one is exploitable customers. PE are considered as exploitable to be attractive due to the value of business, and the supplier will seek short-term advantage from what the supplier will perceive to be position of strength. Exploitable. Let's see if we can still get little again. So that is why they are not willing to enter into long-term contracts. They only enter into short-term. Here we are saying suppliers will seek to maintain the business as long as it does not involve any particular effort for them. Converse may also occur where effort is applied to by the supplier. It seeks to exploit the PE through raising price on the existing contract or substitute bid with higher pricing, that if they win, we continue the pattern of increasing the price. This one, just like what happened, we found out that if you see the cost of supplying, you'll be wondering, because they don't know whether you are going to pay or not, or how you are going to pay. So they now find, that's why when you say the contract in Nigeria are very expensive, these are one of the drivers. So supplier may also seek to reduce their own costs through reducing the cost of servicing the PE. Price increase can occur beyond normal price adjustment procedure. So remember, without price adjustment, but they will go beyond the price adjustment because they are not sure of tomorrow. So working with this supplier will be a real challenge for the PE. So considerable effort will be made to be placed into contract management. In such scenario, the said supplier or respective contractor, we need to be carefully manage and contingency plan. We are going to look at it. Contingency plan. Plan A, plan B, plan C. If the other one fails, we resort to the other one. So in such scenario, the said supplier or respective contract, we need to be carefully managed, and contingency may be needed to deal with the risk of supplier withdrawing from the contract. He's willing to withdraw and even go to court. So this, while we are studying this, and while we are studying this for us to know the action we are going to take as PEs. And remember again, when you are saying you are in procurement, you can advise. The work of procurement officer is to advise and write report. So we won't treat them this way so that they don't see us as what? As nuisance. Just like when we are talking about the private are more committed than the public because of the shares they have in that step. But this one is taxpayers' money. Anything can happen. I have nothing to lose. So when we have something at the back of us, it's going to be of help to us. Okay. Now, if we have that, we have development descriptive action. Quadrant one, when they see our development, there's low value, but you are still attractive. They are willing to get further business from that company. When they see you as core, high value, high attractive, high value, high attractive. So high value.
So I'm not hearing from my end.
Core business. They are willing to retain.
Well, I'm not hearing again. No.
When they see you as a nuisance, just like I said, low value, little profit, they are willing to withdraw. Then exploitable, high value, but not attractive. They are there to maximize profit. Supply preference to summary. Nuisance, client expand business. Core. Here we are saying it has a high advantage. Nuisance, low attention. They are willing to withdraw. Then here they drive premium price, 6 short time advantage, risk losing a contract. Now, why are we studying this? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Why are we studying this? The outcome of this supply preference analysis will allow the PE to one. What change the PE need to make to become more attractive to the market? How to motivate the market to build and provide a good solution to meet the PE's requirement? How to engage with the market to optimize the level of suppliers participating in a bid. So can you imagine where you spend that million of naira amount to advertise? No one is willing to supply. What are you going to do? So these are some of the things you have to know. Just like I told my class, he said somebody that is down. He said one that is at the ground don't need to fear the ground again. No, it's not another. You're already on the ground. So you want to be on the ground. You don't have to fear the soil again. No, what you want you to stand up, dust up, clean yourself, and become active again. That's exactly the summary of this. So you won't say that they can't do without you. They are vendors, they are suppliers. If you don't give them contract, they will not work. You start treating them sharply. No. You have to see them, like I told you, they are partners in progress. They are to make profit because they are still contributing to the growth of the economy. That's why the fact they are contractors. So what changes PE is going to make sure that they are attractive? How are you going to motivate them to bid and provide good solution? When you give them work, they can even, what you don't even know, they can even put you through. Even the latest IT, this is not we are calling it the fourth generation of industrial revolution, where IT is driving. And you find out from your own time, you are not IT savvy, but these contractors, they are there. They can open your eyes to areas, latest technologies you may not even know because of the way you are treating them. So that's exactly what we are saying. And we are seeing again, in this competition, what are we going to do? If you don't understand them, that's what we call collusion. That is what I wanted to, exactly where I want to go in that monopoly. In oligopoly, that's what they call the collusive oligopoly. The collusive oligopoly is just, you want them, although they are few, you want them to compete. We want them to compete. But where they don't compete, they're not what they call collusive oligopoly. Collusive, they will now come together and present a market leader. You may think that this one is the leader. No, it's a collusion, which you don't know. So when they do that, when you advertise, they can bring about 10 companies to register. By the time you are shortlisting, you shortlist 6, not knowing that it's the same company. By the time you are shortlisting 6, you are taking 3, the same company. By the time you are doing, you are taking 1. So we share their profit together. You may think that you have done your bidding. They go to the back and just laugh at you, thinking that you have not succeeded. So, or they can use what we call the price leadership. This one will beat his own by 2 naira, the other one by 3 naira, the other one by 5 naira, the other one by 6 naira. Not knowing that you may go for 3 naira, not knowing that this is just the arrangement they did on their own. So you have to understand some of these things, because that is the essence of being into research. And that's the essence of being into research, because if you don't do this, you find out that the value of money you are trying to get, you may not even get it. So that is very, very important. Then when you now work with them, you have to understand these preferences, understand their customers, understand that what you are preaching is win-win. Win-win. If peradventure you have missed becoming a core customer, you can become exploitable. If peradventure you are a nuisance, don't sit on the floor. Wake up just like we tell you, so that it's going to be a win-win too. Then the preference again, look at their need, make your market very, very attractive. How do you motivate them? You look at how you are going to motivate them. You have to engage the market so that the suppliers will participate and you get the best. You get the best. So that at the end of anything you are building, anything you are supplying, anything you are procuring, to the best of your knowledge is the best. And that is how the economy. That's how the economy grows. Like most of the advanced countries you are seeing, they are using procurement to square the economy. Any direction they want the economy to be, they use procurement to do that. So thanks for listening. This one is just a short slide to complement what we have done before. Thank you for listening and ask your questions.
Thank you, our facilitator, Dr. Rasmus. Please, I have a question that is bugging my mind.
Yeah, if you want to ask a question, you raise your hand, unmute yourself. We give you the floor. Musa Mohammed. Yeah, Dr. Chidebere. You have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your good presentation.
Yeah, Dr. Chidebere, you have the floor.
I'm just trying to ask, a situation where you have used some of the supplier preference tool
Dr. Chidebere, you have the floor.
as a procurement entity. As a procurement entity, sir, if you have tried all possible to see that your suppliers comply. I'm unmuted, sir. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Using unmute yourself and ask your question.
I'm unmuted, sir.
It's muted. Muted. Can you unmute?
I'm unmuted.
He's unmuted. He's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, where you have exploited the supplier preference tools to ensure that the customer or there's a win situation, and you notice that the supplier or contractors are still engaging overpricing or looking for excessive profits based on market indicators. Are there other ways of ensuring that they comply to a stipulated standard of profit so that if they don't undercut the system? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead. You're not speaking. No, you don't hear. Come on. I want to ask questions, but since all of them are muted.
Well,
Their question, Chidebere. Or any other person.
I have asked my question.
So what's the question?
Did you get my question, sir?
No.
Okay, I was asking, If you have exploited as a procuring entity, if you've exploited all these supplier preference tools to ensure it's a win-win, and you notice that the supplier is still engaging in overpricing to make excessive profit, are there other measures you can take to ensure that they don't abuse the system or undercut the system? That's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what we are saying, just like yesterday, you have done your in-house. Now set the price. You know you have done your market analysis, know the price, set it. That's why I say it is not the lowest bidder, it is not the highest bidder. So, but the most responsive, anyone that falls within the range can now win. So that's exactly what we are saying. You now use it to avoid the collusive oligopoly. Collusive, remember I told you have collusive and non-collusive. Non-collusive is on their own. They are now bidding on their own. But once you have done your in-house, look at the price, you have gone to the market, the price. So any price that falls within that range can win it. But the one that now falls outside will not, or the one that falls below will not. And remember again, you have your records. You have their records. Like we are saying, have you done similar job before? He said yes. Then their certificate, if you have done any job, depending on the level of the work you have done, there are some work, when you finish, they give you a certificate. They will all submit it. Are you registered? They will know. You look at it. By the time you do some of these things, you are going to find out whether they are colluding or not. Because what we are trying to avoid is collusive, and where they collide. But once you have done this, this is now what is going to help you to check. That is why in the first we teach you about BAT research. By the time you have done your research, you know. But if you now find out that you can ban them using, because it's a PE, it's a team. By the time you now see it within your team, you can even exclude them because it's a team and you are reporting. What you are, all these things you are trying to do is just to show that you get the value for money for your organization, even whether it is private or public. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, any other question? Okay, in the absence of that, we move ahead. Okay. So we look at market research. Fine, just like I told, the question is going to throw light to the question of Dr. Chidebere. Market research, yes, and analytics. So we are saying, if you understand market research, especially how we apply it in procurement, Then understand how we source information, understand how we carry out market research and market engagement. So here we are saying effective procurement begins long before contract is signed. It starts with a comprehensive understanding of the market. That's why we talk about the macroeconomic analysis. So here you'll be equipped with the fundamental skill to navigate the complexities of market supply. Remember, we told you they are there to maximize profit, but you want them to make a normal profit. Then we understand what market means and the market information. We will look at the strategies which we are going to use. Then finally, we look at the market engagement. Market engagement. So here we are saying a market, a place where buyers and sellers come together, where we provide goods and services and works, where prices are determined. Then we have open market, shopping malls, supermarket, online. B2B is business to business platform. Market can be complex. It can be segmented depending on the factors like the scale, the specialization, or the geography. Geography is where the market is being located. So then where do you get this information? Typical sources of information about the market can come from trade journals. When you look at their journals, you look at the supplier's annual report and account. You look at contracts of other organizations. You look at your own experience. And you look at the internet search. We are talking about the e-commerce search, Amazon, Jumia, Tango, etc. We look at the specialist industries, research groups. We look at government-sponsored industry groups. We look at government statistics. We look at government agencies and tax authorities, stakeholders, knowledge sharing, commodity market, issue of request for information by procurement department, especially for innovative procurement, just like I told you, from vendors. You may not know, but by the time you search, they even give you the latest information in the market. So these are sources. So that's why we say a procurement is no more a way armchair journalism, where you are staying here, you are staying in your office, you are telling us the price, while you don't know what is happening in the market. So here we are saying market research. He said the objective of market research analysis is to develop appropriate understanding of the market sector that will be relevant to the organization. Through market research, the procuring entity can maximize the likelihood of right bidder participating and the right suppliers being selected. So market research minimizes the fair procurement process due to no bid, just like I told you, or no responsive bid. You advertise, they are not responding. Then through market research, you need to minimize the perspective of procuring as well as from the perspective of provider, supplier operating in that market. Remember, in procurement, we are saying it's a win-win situation. What do we mean by win-win? I tell them you do the project well as expected. We will pay you. You'll be rejoicing. When we are looking at the project you have done for us, we'll be rejoicing too. Value for money from both ends. So that's exactly what we mean by win-win. The intent of is to identify what motivates the right response to the supply provider through their proactive participation in intending procurement competition. Most people are willing. Once they say, it's coming from this company, it's coming from you, they are willing to give their services. And it is now your ability to select from the best. So we are saying market researchers need to consider the full supply chain. What we mean by the supply chain is everything that is involved. Everything that is involved in that market. Let's assume now we are talking about this online delivery where people are hearing from us. But first of all, we have to look at the projector. We look at the devices. We have to look at how strong is our internet. And you look at the resource persons you are going to use. Do they have the capacity to deliver? You look at the slides. You look at the slide now. Do they have capacity to deliver? Or are they coming to read the slide for these students? What capacity do they have? Can they combine experienced students with those of them that are coming for the first time? So you compare the resource persons you are checking. You look at the equipment. Some of them are going to join online, and some of them are going to join offline. It's going to be hybrid. So all these things you put together is now what we are calling the supply chain. So you have to identify. So there won't be any break in the chain. That's exactly what you are saying. So if you understand it from this little way, any other thing you are now doing, you now look at the supply chain of what you are trying to do. Then identify the market, the supplier that exists at different points, just like I told you, at the different market or what is happening in that market. Then types of the market, you look at the organization of the various procurement, nature of competition, just like I told you, how it works. Then you look at the supply capability to deliver successfully and their quantitative capacity. Can they deliver? Then you look at the factors that are influencing them. You understand how factors influence the market and how the market influence the factor. You look at the sourcing. Who are the key suppliers in this market? Are they middlemen? To identify the cost structure and the pricing method used by these suppliers. Just like I told you about collusive and non-collusive. We don't want them to collide. We want them to bring their prices independently. You identify the risk that is associated with the market and describe how the risk should be managed so that, remember, in business, we try to minimize the risk so that the objective will be achieved. Then you look at, again, assess the PE previous experience in achieving value for money when operating in a similar market. And that is why in procurement, we talk about experience. If you have, so we are not saying you have no supplier. Have you supplied similar product before? If it is construction, have you worked in a marsh area before? If it is a perishable commodity, have you supplied such perishable commodity before? If it's something like drugs that need refrigeration, that need to be kept at a certain temperature, we're able to supply and keep it at that certain temperature. So these are some of the things we are talking about, experience in procurement, so that we are going to have value for money. Then describing how other customers in the market achieve value for money and get the right result. Determine whether the PE contract is likely to have any positive or negative impact on the market with the right suppliers bid in the right way and at the right time, so that we get the needed result. Then after that, there's what we call market engagement. So by the end of the market research, the market now, the PE will now be able to engage in the market. That's what we are calling the market engagement. You identify high-level procurement strategy option. That is an overview of the options available to all planned procurement. Where information collected through research, is it sufficient or need further elaboration? Then the procurement team, we need to carry out market engagement. What is this market engagement? It's the process of giving the market an advance notice of the procuring entity's requirement. You are giving them advance notice of what they will need. So remember again, I say, we, the organization, we are not even producing. So we are depending on them. And so when we give them advance information, they will now start sourcing for us before we need the product. So that's why we are saying market engagement is a process of giving the market an advance notice of the procuring entity's requirement, so that it's not going to take them by surprise. Since we cannot produce, we are depending on the vendors. So market engagement can be undertaken through a number of ways. One, concept viability exercise for innovative procurement, suppliers questionnaires, market sounding exercise, market suppliers conference, trade event, paid for market research. At the end of market engagement, the report is written and the result analyzed. So, but the essence is to give them prior information so that by the time we'll be needing the product, it's not going to be easy for them to do what? To source for us. Then what is the benefit of this market engagement? One, provision for ideals, for alternative approach, for meeting the PE requirement. So with this, now when we give them this information, we can now have alternative. We cannot depend only on a single source, but we now have an alternative. Then highlight the risk that we earlier in the procurement process. So we identify the risk because we have engaged in market engagement. Provision of insight into the likely marketplace for interest. Where are we likely get those products? Where are we likely them? It can also motivate the right suppliers to bid. The information collected can then be used to develop a procurement strategy or approach that manages risk in the right way for the PE and the bidder, thereby generating wider competition and maximizing the opportunity to meet PE's what? Objective. Yes, we want to maximize because our aim is to meet with our what? With our objective. So, and it is this that we help on. Result of market engagement. Through market research and analysis, PE, we appreciate one, market capability. Market capability, knowing the procurement need, knowing the availability of the market, the product, and whatnot. Market view of the PE from the supplier's perspective in terms of attractiveness to the contracting with example, reliability of the payment, procurement capability, which I've said, the timeliness of the decision, and complementing handling, imposing oneness condition, whether the right suppliers are likely to be. So it is now giving us, even knowing the constraint that we are going to face, the modification of requirement, if need be, to align them with the market capability. Look at what they have, and we see what we are going to do. Then the nature of competition, what need to be measured, ensure appropriate level of competition. Current good practices for procuring from the market, including the pricing method. Risk, the benchmark, which I've told you before. Risk identified. With this, you can now identify the risk and see how you are going to apportion it or manage it. Then tolerance, risk tolerance. There's usually cost in transfer, whether you are going to take it to the third party, just like we are talking about insurance, or whether you are going to absorb it. So with this information, it's now going to guide the PE. It's going to guide the PE in this. So when we are now saying the market research and analysis, they are very, very important to us as a PE. Because if you don't research, you won't even know what is happening. And you may think that this product is the best. But through research, you are going to know that there is even an improvement in the one you are saying. And when you engage them, they give you information so that you now know how to act on such information. So we are saying summary, mastering the market is a core component for any modern procurement professional. You cannot be a PE if you are not into research. That's why when I said the way armchair journalist, you have to know what is happening in the market. Through this training, we have defined the scope of procurement market and established how to leverage diverse information sources. You can get this information, and know how to act. It's just like the banks. When you are talking about exchange rate, in the morning they will call this bank. What's the exchange rate? They call the parallel market. What is the exchange rate? They call the parallel. What's the exchange rate? So that is why when you go to this bank, they tell you the same thing. If you go to this, if some of them even call central bank to know the latest exchange rate. That's information. Some of them will browse, know what is happening. So that is exactly, you don't just, what I'm trying to say here, you don't have to depend on one source. You have to depend on different sources. And when you do that, you now be equipped. So when you are talking authoritatively as a PE. Then you see, a thorough market research serves as a foundation for mitigating risk and identifying value. Remember, we told you that for every business there is risk. And what is risk? That thing that is going to make you to achieve that objective. Then, once you know that you have, so your work as a PE is to mitigate. And you are now the one advising the accounting office. You have seen this. How do you mitigate against the risk? So that we are going to do what? We are going to still achieve that goal of what? Of the objective. And have value for money, not for yourself, for the organization, whoever you are representing. Then we look at their proactive market engagement. It's not just a preliminary step, but a continuous process of building relationships and understanding industry trends where applicable. As a PE, you have to be proactive. But what people celebrate is reactive. They don't see proactive measure. They don't see proactive if it is in a private organization. I'm using something like raw material. You are acquiring the raw material. You are acquiring the raw material, just like what I told you about the economic order quantity. You have it. You know your raw material. You know the stock of your raw material. You know the stock that is going to reach where you order. By the time before the raw material will finish, the new order has come. You shift the old one, finish the old one, recycle the new one, they enter into the process. So at the end of the from year to year, the production will not stop. Whenever customers come, the products are there in the market. So you are not even giving your competitors any chance to do what? To see other products. People will not appreciate it. But the way they will appreciate, any day the factory stop, that's no raw material, you'll be buried. But those ones we have been doing over the years to ensure that there is no break in the supply chain, nobody will see it. So that's exactly what you are saying. That's exactly what you are saying. When you are saying proactive market engagement, every PE, what makes you a professional is that proactiveness, which people are not seeing. People are not, because what people normally see is a reaction. They don't see proactiveness, but you maintain it as a PE. So we are saying it's not just a preliminary step, but it's a continuous process. It's a continuous process of building relationship and understanding the industry trend. Like we are saying, you know the trend. In terms of technology, you see that technology is keep on evolving. You know the latest technology you are going to, so that you are compelled. You always be ahead. And it is through market research. They'll be asking you, where is your source of power? It's through research, through engagement. Even using consultants, they can even give you the latest in the market. When you are talking, they think that he's an expert in this. No, you are not an expert in that. You have consulted an expert. They are giving you information. And when you are now talking, you are talking like what? Like an expert. So this is what makes when your organ moves. When your organ moves, let's assume that your organ just want to go for an inspection. Let me say, you study something like agri or whatever. But through market research, you have just equipped him. Maybe he's coming to look at this building. He said, yes, can I see the beam? Somebody that studied agri, can I see the beam? Not knowing that a structural engineer has given all the information. What is the strength of this material? Somebody that studied agri is asking for the strength of the material. Well, maybe iron. How many MM am I using? What is the mixture? So by the time he's asking such questions, the person building may be going to, this one is highly intelligent. He's asking about the mixture. He's asking about the strength of the material. He may think that he's an engineer, not knowing that the consultant has fed him with the necessary information. And you find out that he's going to sit up. Why are you doing this? You are doing it because you are being proactive. Because if he does a shabby job, he's not going to break it again. So these are the mitigation ways which you are getting through market research. So that's exactly, we say it's a continuous process that build relationship and understand the industry trends and where applicable. It's a, applying this principle will ensure that your procurement strategy are both robust and responsive. And you're always ahead. You're always ahead. You're always you're robust and what? And responsive. People will respect you. And not knowing that the information you are getting it from different areas. You are getting from consultants, you are getting from vendors, you are getting from researchers, you even getting from your own personal experience. And you are combining, you are looking at the benchmark, the industrial benchmark, you are combining. So by the time you are doing this, they don't know that your secret is nothing but through what? Through market research and what? And analysis. So thank you for listening to. That's how we make our presentation and slide very brief and to the point.
No, it's correct. Just
thank you.
Then Asuke AS. You can see that
Madam Mary Asuke, you are disturbing us. Can you mute your mic? Mary Asuke. Mary Asuke, mute your mic.
Yes, I see our questions. Ask their questions now. Yes, yeah. You are. Yeah, Dr. Chidemara. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Doc. You've been able to explain an aspect that was bothering me on procurement needs as regards the desired technical specification, at least preliminary specification using the market research. But I want to take you to those monopoly, those serious monopolistic areas like security, areas like aviation. Are there ways of ensuring that the procurement entity will have the desired expertise of people in the procurement team, despite the cost, to ensure that the right equipment is gotten, thereby mitigating risk by value? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Remember again, when you go to our procurement law and this thing, remember, we give preference to the indigenous market. But remember, we still have international procurement. So when we give them that preference as our locals and find out they are not giving us the best thing now, we move global. Because we want to get the best, and especially when it comes to safety and life. That's where we go. Even in drugs. So you will say that, okay, our people are not, we want to give them preference. Why they are not giving us the best? No. We have to move abroad and get the best. And so that is why when we are talking about procurement, we are not saying the least cost, but we are saying the most responsive. Even the example I gave is on the cement. If you remember about 3 or 4 years ago, they colluded and raised the price of cement. The government threatened them, say, I'm going to give license even to the West African countries for them to start importing So once he threatened with that, he find out that the price of cement to work came down. So what we are saying, even the equipment, once you are giving your locals the opportunity, you find that they are now giving the best. You open up the economy for us to get the best. I don't know whether the question has been answered. Yeah, Rosemary Chinyere Okoli, you are raising your hand. Okay, thank you.
Unmute yourself.
And raise your voice more.
Please go ahead. Unmute yourself. Hold on. You're not hearing. Wait, let me go.
Are you hearing me? Should I go ahead?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. You made mention of procurement being broad, which is true. Just like the background where I'm coming from, forensic science, which is also broad. You now see the aspect of accounting, forensic accounting, and someone who is trying to go into investigation in future, like our students, we are prospective forensic scientists. You will now be wondering if they were not able to be rooted in an aspect of finance, which is the language of the world, how will they be able to investigate the financial aspects of crime? So the thing is, I don't really know, because when you come to accounting, we have so many standards, so many regulations guiding accounting standards internationally. Those regulations, when somebody wants to go and carry out an investigation and you are not aware of all these standards, how will you be able to carry out a perfect investigation to be able to prove it in the court of law? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. I love that question. And because it's a new area. And that is why we are saying procurement is multidimensional. We start now with your foundation. Maybe if you happen to be the HOD or the, let me say, the director of academic planning, that is the first thing you do for them. You now have to expand their program so that it's going to have a lot of accounting. That is the first thing. Now, if you do that, you know that they're not specializing in all accounting. What they are specializing in fraud. What they specialize in fraud. So you now narrow it into fraud detection. Fraud detection. Let me give you a good example of fraud detection. In forensic accounting now, if I write with this and clean it, ordinarily you will not detect it. But a forensic accountant will just go there and do what? And detect. In terms of climbing now, if a thief now come here and just climb, ordinarily you will not detect it. But if somebody with forensic accounting, we just do what? We use the review and just get it. You are talking about the thumbprinting. Once you thumbprint, I may not know the meaning, but somebody that studied forensic accounting will use it. In terms of, let me say, violence in school, just what happened in school now. If there is any drop of blood, others will just go. A forensic investigator will just get it. Once we get that atom of blood within the community, it's going to detect actually the person that committed that crime, while an ordinary person will not do that. So just like I told you what we did in procurement at this stage, we engage a lot of people, like in this project now, I'm an economist, I'm teaching, this guy is an engineer, he's teaching, this is polymer, he's teaching, the other one is in project management, he's teaching, the other one is in law, he's teaching, the other one is in acting, he's teaching. You see, engaging multi to come and deliver. So that at the end of the day, these students will have a broad knowledge to do what. But if the foundation is not gotten right now, that is the problem. Even our students are complaining. They are complaining, sir, we are doing this, sir, we are doing this. So because they may not understand the foundation we are laying for them, especially at undergraduate level. So that with the information they have now, when they now move to the larger level, they can now specialize in their area, because by now they don't know anywhere they're going to specialize. So that is exactly this question you ask now is very, very vital. What is going to solve it is that at this level, if you are in power, or what they call those in corridor of power, you now be advising management of what you are going to do, especially now that you have the opportunity to be with us at procurement now. I've told you the number of people we have engaged at this stage. You say, okay, we're only engaging those that study the procurement. No, it's an intentional act. It's a deliberate act, because we are building the future. And like I told you, the essence of World Bank introducing this, what is causing this is fraud. All this procurement, why we are not getting it right, is nothing but what? Nothing but fraud. So you can imagine we now bring somebody that studies forensic, which is now fighting fraud with the latest technology. That's why the motto means bringing science into law. That's the motto of forensic accounting. So you can imagine where we are bringing them now. I get them in. At the end of the day, with forensic, World Bank will get it right. Because the essence of all these wastages is because of what? Corruption in the system. And they are now fighting corruption. So what I'm saying is that what matters is now the foundation. If we get it right at this foundation, making that course to be what? Multidimensional is now going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate, because that integrating aspect is very, very vital. And the curriculum planners are supposed to do something about it, because we are in the world, and what the world, the language, you cannot talk of any crime without attaching it to finance.
Yes.
But just like the one that happened, there is still atom of finance that links to it.
Yes.
So that financial aspect,
yes,
somebody in an investigative field should be able to know the basic things that are related to the basic standards that connect to crime.
Yes.
So that at the end of the day, you don't victimize someone who is innocent because you lack the basic knowledge. Thank you. So for the people that are at the corridor of power, they should try to integrate some of these financial standards. Just like this procurement you are teaching us, we are learning a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So any other question?
Good afternoon.
Good day, ma.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are doing great. Time check. I think you have 2 more topics.
Yes.
Maybe you take those 2 topics, then we can take questions at the end so that we'll be able to cover. And we want to let them go on time.
So what do you want to come in back?
No, finish the 2 remaining topics. I think you have a risk and you have cost. Then I come and do the strategy and annual procurement planning.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So if you can quickly do those 2. risk and the cost, then that'll be it. Then I come in at annual procurement planning and preparing the procurement strategy. Then we call it a day. We can give them assignment to do later because I understand they want to be going before 4 o'clock.
Okay, so you will come in by 2:30. Is it okay by you?
2:30 is a bit too far. Can you
Okay,
allow me come in 2:15?
2:15 is okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we there?
Okay.
Okay. So we talk about risk before. We mentioned them passively. Now we are going to do a detailed analysis of risk management. So now, what are we saying? We have to identify risk. I told you, in every business there is risk. In our Igbo parlance, we said, any person that doesn't take risk will not be rich. Any person that doesn't take risk will not be rich. But here now we look at the type of risk you are going to take. Now we look at risk here as possibility of loss or damage. Anything you are doing, there is the likelihood that there will be loss or damage. That's why Daniel said that the king might not suffer loss. Because there is any probability that this thing will suffer loss. Then the ISO define risk as effect of uncertainty on objective. Anything that is going to make us not to achieve our objective is risk. So then we say there can be, when we now look at risk, the same red I'm telling you is what I'm bringing again. When you are seeing red, it means danger. Then this is the way we define risk. We start from non-known. Here the condition is identified and the possibility, the consequences, they are known. That's what they call non-knowns. Then we have known is the condition where the risk occur can be identified. But the occurrence remains unknown. Unknown unknowns is a condition where someone knows both the risk source and the estimated probability, but information remains unknown to most unconcerned parties. Then unknown, that is the worst, where the risk cause cannot be identified. Therefore, no possibility to calculate the probabilities. And how do you identify risk? That's what we call brainstorming. Meeting of officials entrusted with the procurement planning and preparing with experts in specific field, with representative, interview with experienced procurement officers who have implemented similar activities, very important to us. Then checklist is based on the national and international practice, incorporating historical information, accumulated experience. How do you manage risk? Procurement risk analysis can be identified and minimize the likelihood of that risk occurring, the impact on the objective if the risk occurs. Then we look at the risk management plan, what we call the risk register. This describes the mitigation action we are going to give in case if that risk do what occurs. Then we have what we call the risk management model, like you can see here. Like Dr. Akambi told you yesterday, it's a continuous process. It don't just relax. It changes. Before, if it changes, you bring another measure to tackle it. That is why it's a continuous what? It's a continuous process. Look at what you say, establish. Look at communication and the consultation. You go the other way, monitoring and review. You see the angle continues, establish the context. You look at identify, risk identification, you analyze, you evaluate, you treat. If it changes, you still change with it. So that is, it's not what you do, you go and relax. Monitoring, review, monitoring, review. They are very important. Then we look at what we call the risk plan. This plan explains the risk, assesses their impact. This is this risk. If you look at the impact and describe the response measure and look at who is going to check it. Then here the PE, why is important to us? Because we want to have value for money. Why is it important to us? Fine. You look at strategic analysis, you implement, look at the capacity, the market analysis, which I told you before, the pre-qualification. Like I told you before, when you advertise, you find out every term, thick and hairy, you want to be a supplier, want to be a vendor. But through pre-qualification, we make sure that only suppliers, only vendors that has the capacity to deliver for that particular item we advertise, for that particular project is the one we selected. And we do that through pre-qualification, which we are going to do a detailed analysis of pre-qualification as a subtopic in the course of this lecture. Performance specification or performance specification, procurement arrangement, complete method, contract type, evaluation, make sure that the least calculated bid by post-qualified and not pre-qualified. After doing our pre-qualification, we still do what we call the post-qualification again, so that what we are doing is to minimize risk. Contract, make sure that suppliers fulfill their contractual obligation, make sure that the project meets its objective. And we have what we call the risk register. Here we are looking at the likelihood rating and the impact. So when you see what is the likelihood, and if it occurs, what is the impact? If you now multiply it, that is what we call the overall score. You describe and look at what mitigation are we going to use? What mitigation are we going to use for us to manage it? Its risk is rated at the scale, what we call the Likert scale, 1, 2, 3, 4. High, very high, low, very low. That's how we rate. Now we have the 4 methods which we are going to use to respond to risk. 1, avoid. When do we avoid? A problem is avoided if the risk is considered so great. We avoid it. Let's assume we want to build in this FUTO now. There's a place that is allocated to us and it's erosion prone. What do? We avoid it ab initio. Or we avoid it because we see that at the end of, if you build in a long run, that building is likely to collapse. A problem is avoided if the risk is considered too great. You minimize, reduce, or control through improved monitoring or adjusting. You transfer, sharing the risk by diversification, subcontracting. In insurance, that's what they call reinsurance. It's still a part of mitigation. I have this insurance is given to me. I look at if the risk occurs, I cannot pay. I can take small and give back to another person so that if it's occurred, we now share the risk. In insurance, we call it reinsurance. It's a way of transferring is of hedging. Then accept. By accepting that the risk is within the risk, what we can carry, I cannot take it. Then risk management strategy. We look at the likelihood as the impact, not like I told you. If it is low, we accept. If it is moderate, that's what we call periodic assessment. Then if it is moderate, accept and monitor priority. Manage via routine procedure where possible. Monitor via routine internal reporting mechanism. You continue to report, just like I told you in procurement. Your major work is to report to the organs or the accounting officer. Okay. Then if it is so high, that's what they call contingency plan. You have plan A, we have plan B, we have plan C. If this one occurs, you go to plan A. So, but where you don't make contingency plan, that is where the problem lies. Yes. Like you can still make alternative or what you call, you identify it, you make alternative so that if this one occurs, you go to this. Then in procurement, we look at what we call the procurement risk management. Now, what are we going to do in that area? We look at the contract schedule, we look at the cost, we look at the performance, delivery. Then you structure an approach, what we call risk management, that helps the people to define opportunities, risks that to manage it at different stage of procurement. Like what I told you before, at the time of you are bringing consultants. At the time of the drawing, you are bringing the valuers. Even the soil, like I told you, you look at the soil, is it prone? So when you start at this early stage to identify, you find out that it is going to be easy for you to identify the risk and mitigate than when you have even started. And at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Like I told you in procurement, there is no second-hand market where you are going to sell your mistake. That is why you have to be very, very careful from the beginning to the end. Then quantifying risk and allocating. Here, what are we saying? Here we are looking at how we are going to work with the PEs. We analyze it and make analysis. One, we look at the previous experience. Like we say, procurement is all about experience. Understanding the key decision driver for both suppliers and the PE. You identify the key delivery dependencies, analyze any assumption made, and the root cause analysis. And when you have done that, that's what we call risk analysis and evaluation. You evaluate the probability of the occurrence. You evaluate in case, if it occurs, what impact is it going to have? And remember, when we are talking about probability, probability is talking about past experience. That's how you derive your probability. Past experience. That's how you derive it. Now, when you do that, you now have what we call the risk management analysis matrix, the likelihood and the impact. Like we find out the greener part, the bluer part is okay. Then you now see the yellow and red means that it's getting high. So when you compare it, you are looking at the risk and you are looking at the impact. So that is what that matrix is all about. Then we have risk identification. You identify the risk, you evaluate, I said before, attack probabilities. And it's a continuous process and review. Here we are saying risk management, as we said before, means identification, evaluation, and prioritization of risk, followed by coordinated and economic utilization of resources to minimize, monitor, control the probability of the impact of unfortunate event, which we are called negative, those losses, to maximize the realization of that opportunity so that we can still achieve our aim. Procurement team need to compile in a risk register all the risk identified in any session of this model with analysis of the overall context in which the procurement and the supplier operate. The assessment of the capacity of the PE procurement department and the result of the market research. You see the connect now? We are connecting the market research we told you, and we are combining it with the risk now. I've told you about the capability of the supply, because if you leave vendors, they are there to maximize profit. Anything you say, can they do it? They say, yes, we do it. Anything you say, so far there is profit. But by the time you do your market analysis, you know their capabilities, know the ones they can do. Look at what they have done in the past. You get their records. works they have done, how they have performed. In similar work, have they done it? If yes, you can give it to them. You can do procurement, but have you done it in similar area? Because if you ask them without research, they will say yes, yes. In Europe, I will say owa. I get them. Owa, na be business. Owa. Anything you ask them, I get them. His aim is to make profit. But by the time you do your research, say, yes, I know, say you get this one, but you can't do this, you can't do this. Have you done similar project before? Let us see your record to show you have done it. When they cannot produce the record, from your technical specification, you can aid them out. You won't even give them an opportunity to come to the financial bidding. From the technical, you aid them out. Or from your pre-qualification, you aid that person out. But in the other contract, you can bring him in. The essence is for us to achieve and minimize. We are not saying in procurement, we are going to remove risk completely. No. But what we are saying, if we work well, we can minimize risk and still achieve our what? Our objective. Thank you very much. So I will allow you to ask your question. Let me finish my last model so that our CEO will come in. I will allow you to ask them in the last model. Yeah, cost estimate. Okay, thank you. So this is cost estimation techniques. Cost estimation technique. So we are saying cost estimate is summation of individual costs using established methods to estimate the future cost of project or contract based on what is known today. Now we are saying cost estimate, prediction of quantity, cost, and prices. Estimate are primarily used as input for budgeting, cost and value analysis, decision making, for cost and scheduling of control. Cost estimate are determined using experience. Same thing again. Anytime we are talking about procurement, you see us bringing in experience, calculation, and forecast. Remember, the decision we are taking today, we don't know what the cost will be tomorrow, but we are using today to do what? To take our decision. That is why we are calling it estimate, because it can change. Now, when we are looking at what is the benefit of cost, an accurate cost will help us to decide whether we are going to take the project or not. Remember, I told you there is no second-hand market in procurement. Maybe you have started this building now, put the pillars, put the cement. We now find out, oh, the cost is now high. We bring it down. And now with the debris, we now go and put it in a second-hand market. There is no second-hand market in procurement. That is whatever thing we are doing, we have to be very, very careful. Instead of you getting second-hand market, you are now going to pay again for somebody that is going to put that building down and evacuate it. So that is why procurement is very, very sensitive. Yeah, but if it is a cloth I'm wearing, I can look at this cloth, it still have a second-hand value. I go and sell it and have a scrap value. But the building I put it down. I will now pay excavators, pay the laborers for them to bring it down. I pay them again. So instead of me having second-hand value, I will now be spending. So that is why we are always very careful in terms of our cost. To determine the project essential scope and ensuring that the project remains financially visible throughout, because what we are saying here is that your budget will determine. Your budget will determine. Biblically, we have our brothers here. The Bible says, can somebody say he's going to build? He will not sit down and check the what and check the what and check the estimate. It's biblical. So you have to see that, can I carry out, like procurement, you look at your budget is there. Can we carry out this project? Though you can focus, in the next 5 years, can we finish the project? It is through costing that you get that. Yes, it's have to, it's like I told about budget, it helps us in many countries, incorrect costing estimate can lead to cancellation of the procurement process if the bid process exceeds the cost estimate or the margin. Just like we have said now, we have estimated based on our team and now ask them to come and advertise. We advertise. We say the cost of this project is going to be 1 billion. And we are seeing our bidders are now bringing 3 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. While our in-house is saying about 1 billion. What are we going to do? We do what? We cancel it because we don't have the capacity to do that. Or maybe our estimate is what? Is wrong. But you know, in Nigeria, anything can, they can use padded project. They can use supplementary project, especially when somebody has an interest.
You know,
what we are saying, what we are teaching is international best practice. Okay, so be that as it may, what's the essence of necessity, of course, to support decision about funding, to develop annual budget, like I told you about our need assessment, to evaluate resource requirement at key decision point, to develop performance measure baseline, to increase the probability of success of project. Who prepares the budget? Like what's the name? My dog will say that the person that prepared the budget is an accountant. I think that's the question you are going to answer. No, it's not an accountant. The people that prepare the budget are financial management, engineers, acquisition and logistics, scheduling and mathematicians, and in addition to communication. So it's a teamwork. The only account is just for him to record. When you are going, he's going to, you constantly bring it, he brings his idea. The finance will bring, and engineering will bring. So when you will now bring it together, you will now get the normal what? The normal costing. It's one of the objective questions I asked that day. Most of them say accountant. But they find out that it's not. It's a teamwork. They say the team is led by the team leader who is experienced in subject matter of the contract or the cost analysis. Anything you are doing, you have to look at somebody that have an expertise in that area. Is going to lead in the costing. You take something like the software now. I'm an accountant. What do I know about the software? I will bring a software engineer for him to lead the team. He's going to tell me, look at the price of RAM, look at the price of hard disk, look at the price of software, look at the price of this. From there, we now articulate. Mine is now to record. So that's exactly what we are saying at this level. Now, what are the costs when you are calling to program? You look at the land acquisition, we look at the site investigation, we look at the enabling, we look at the insurance, we look at the consultant, we look at the construction, we look at the value added, we look at the contingency, we look at the finance and the cost, we look at the software and all the facilities. We must bring them in anytime we are talking about the cost. It's just like the soil. There are some projects you are going to do. You have to take the soil to the lab. And when they come out here and say they use 1 million for soil testing, they say, no, Nigerian, they have started. Because if you don't get it right with that soil, if you build there, that building may do what, will collapse. Or even some of the highways, there are some places, if you build from here till tomorrow, they continue to sink because the soil wasn't done well. Or maybe when they are doing the sampling, they didn't do the sampling well. So it matters a lot, especially at this early stage. And when we talk about costs, we divide the cost into direct and indirect costs. Those ones that are associated directly with the production package is direct. But those that doesn't, we call them indirect. Like here we have the project wage. Wage is indirect cost, but salary is not. Understand them now? Salary is not. Cost of material, cost of labor, they are all direct. Contingencies they are, but indirect, these are costs that are not directly involved. We have quality control, security, and utilities. And I can use security now to guide the whole of this place. But if I have personal security for that project, it is that personal security that I'm going to take as what? Direct. But the whole security guiding the whole of this place becomes what? An indirect. And so people will have to understand when we are saying professional. Then the steps are here. For you to get a good, you have to follow these steps. 12. Determine the estimate. Conduct sensitivity analysis. It's very, very important. Projects do fail because of sensitivity analysis. If there is a little change, you look at their critical raw materials. If there is a little change, just check cement now for construction. Check iron. You have to do sensitivity analysis on iron. for construction, because if there is a little change in the price of iron, it can disrupt your distance. Conduct risk, which I've said before, develop planning, develop estimating plan, develop estimate, and compare. Do your documentation, define program features, obtain a data, present estimate to management for approval, determine estimating structure, identify ground rules and assumption, update the estimate to reflect actual cost, because it keeps on changing. Changing is what you see. And cost estimation, like I told you, we have direct and indirect cost. So, okay, I didn't remove just because of time, we remove some of the slides here. Okay, so that's where we are now stopping direct and indirect cost and the 12 stages of this cost. That is where we are going to stop, because here we now, Ginger, I've taken some of his time, so we just enter for the other two slides. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Where is that, my electronic clap? You have done great. Electronic clap. Yeah. He simplified it as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you,
let me project my slide. Good afternoon, distinguished participants.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Do you need 2 minutes to stretch your leg?
Not at all.
Let's continue.
Good. So I want us to observe this policy. Immediately after talking, you mute yourself, because it will stop the echo and it will be more interesting for us. So this session I'm going to take is session 6, procurement strategy preparation and procurement planning. Confirm you are hearing me clearly.
Loud and clear, bro.
We can hear you.
Oh, beautiful. Good.
I can hear you, ma.
Good. This model 3, procurement planning and strategies, it has the following topics. Session 1 is needs assessment, spend analysis, and supply positioning. Session 2, competition in the market and supplier preferencing tool. 3 is market research and analysis. 4 is risk management in procurement planning. 5 is cost estimation in procurement planning and strategy. So my colleague, Dr. Duru Erasmus, has done justice to sessions 1 to 5. So he has simplified my job. The learning objectives are as follows. By the end of this session, you will be able to understand how to use FUTO tool for analyzing the overall context of any procurement you want to achieve. You will be able to do a SWOT analysis of your department if you're in a procurement department. But this SWOT analysis tool is used for doing a lot of things. Similarly, the FUTO tool is also used for doing a lot of other analysis. You will be able to develop the appropriate procurement strategy using SMART objectives and RASCI requirements to enable you to develop a robust procurement plan. And finally, I will give you a template that will help you hands-on. You'll be able to develop an annual procurement plan for an organization. Introduction to procurement strategy preparation. In order to achieve value for money and an effective procurement, every procurement department must be able to fully understand their situational context as well as the overall context in which they operate. In this session, we are going to do an overview of the PESSL tool and how it can be used to check the political, the economic, the social, the technological, the legal, and environmental context in which your organization operates. This will help one to arrive at a strategy that will work and give the best favorable factors. We will also explore how to use the SWOT analysis to evaluate the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So this helps in developing a procurement strategy and eventually having a procurement plan that can be approved. What do we mean by strategy? Every successful activity, if you check carefully, that activity had a strategy. So strategy means a method or plan carefully developed and chosen to bring about a desired feature, such as achievement of a goal or solution or a problem. All private organizations today, they have strategic plan. This plan contains the strategy of what they are to do and what they are to do if there's a problem. So strategy is the art and science of planning and marshalling resources for their most efficient and effective use. Bringing it down to our interest, procurement strategy. The procurement strategy is a well-articulated plan on the optimal procurement approach to deliver the right procurement results for the procuring entity. I'm sure you have heard from the other resource persons how procurement is so important, that procurement distinguishes how procurement is done in every country. It's what distinguishes advanced countries from developing countries. Procurement is key for development of all countries in the world. Without a carefully researched procurement strategy, it is impossible to know whether or not the PE means procuring entity, whether the procurement activities will meet the 5 R's requirement. I'm sure my previous people have told you about the 5 R's, the right time, right quality, right quantity, and so on and so forth. And also be able to be an optimal fit, because every organization have mission, vision, and objectives as their mandates. So procurement is about acquiring goods, services, and works to meet the objectives of that organization. So if you don't get it right, it means that that organization will not be able to meet its objectives, achieve its vision and mission. So these are the steps in developing a procurement strategy. One needs to do the personal analysis. Some of these things we do intuitively, but over the years, they have become standardized and they are given names to help us get a good result at the end of the day. So the next one is the SWOT analysis. The next one is market analysis, procurement risk management that my colleague has dealt with. The supply positioning, supplier preferencing tool, cost estimation, risk mitigation, and planning. Then the next step is developing smart procurement objectives. Then the next one After you've done all these, you can now come to getting an optimal procurement strategy. And I put their option because there could be many options depending on the risk identified for that project or that procurement item. So I know some of you may have used this PESSL tool before. So the PESSL, the P, the first P stands for political, E, economic, S, social, T, technology, legal, and environment. So what this tool is used for, first of all, the way to actually use it, you can develop a questionnaire from the ideas here, depending on your organization, right? If you want to do a personal analysis for your procurement activities, you will check what is the situation of my country politically. Is there a stable government? Are they going to have an election? How will it affect the procurement? Because usually procurement plans are done annually. Unless there's an issue, then you can have a supplementary procurement plan, right? Are there some new regulations, executive orders that the government have released that will affect the procurement plan we are making in the next 1 year? So these are the things to consider when you're doing PESSL analysis. Then economic, you must always consider the inflation, the exchange rate, how it will affect the procurement of the items. Right? You will also consider a labor supply, then unemployment, then social. You will consider communities that the project will affect. Is it a community where they have unrest? Then it means that you have to plan for security while the project is going on. You'll also consider demographics, male, female concentration in that community. You consider their education and their health, how the project will affect them so that you make necessary risk mitigation in your plan. Then technology, everyday technology access. Is it something that requires acquisition of equipment that you need to check the version and then whether there will be license and so on and so forth? Then legal. For every procurement that involves works, there are employment laws. Like, for example, people from that community need to be employed for lower cadre jobs. And sometimes if they have experts, you are supposed to employ experts from that community where that, if it's a works department. Then environment, today, we are all aware of the climate change. You are all aware of the climate change. So you have to take this into consideration. Are there any local legislation about waste management you need to take into consideration? And so on and so forth. So you will find that this PESSL analysis may apply to some other projects that you may be involved in. So it's good to know it. SWOT analysis. Most projects require you to do SWOT analysis before you start. SWOT, S is strength, W is weaknesses, O opportunities, threats, right? So how people do SWOT analysis is that they use these questions as a questionnaire to interact with their teams, relevant teams, to find out the strengths of that department, the strengths of that organization, right, in achieving the procurement. So that if you identify weaknesses, for example, it means that you may have to engage consultants to do certain things for you. For example, if you want to acquire a cancer diagnosis equipment, if you have a teaching hospital, right? To know the specification, all the technical things, you will certainly need consultant because it's not something common. If you want to put up a 10-story building in your organization, you may not have that expertise in that your organization to carry that out, to develop the specs. This is where consultants come in. Then it's also important to look at opportunities that may crop up from that procurement, so you can take advantage of the opportunities. Then threats. Every activity in life, there must be some threats. There may be obstacles to delivering your goods if it's acquisition of goods. There may be community issues if it is building, putting up a bridge, and so on and so forth. So these things, people have been doing them intuitively. But you know, things you do intuitively, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't get it. So the purpose of this training is to standardize the processes. So all the time you get it 99.99% correct. Then the other step, my colleague has dealt with it. You must know the market. You must know who is who in the markets. You must be able to also know how the market looks at you as an organization. For example, the organizations that are known for not paying contractors, you must do something about it. Else, when you package that your procurement and advertise, credible contractors will not apply. So this step is about knowing the market and then also doing your risk management plan. So my colleague has dealt with how to manage risk. You need to know the ones you need to transfer, the ones you can tolerate, and so on and so forth. Some of us and some of you do this every day. They're at your fingertips, but because it's not standardized, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't get it right. So the fourth step is where you now write down your objectives. Based on the needs assessment, you have gathered all the requirements of the various departments in your organization. You have analyzed it, you've done your market survey, you've taken care of the possible risks, and then you've interacted with all the stakeholders. So, what is the procurement objective for each of these items in your list? The objectives must be specific, it must be measurable so it can be monitored, it must be achievable so that it won't be a failed procurement project. There must be time. Then it must meet regulatory requirements. Assurance of supply, like if you want to build, for example, a gas generating station, and then you finish building it, there's no pipe from the oil wells to supply you this gas, then there's no assurance of supply. It will not work, right? Then quality levels, must take that into consideration. Service levels must be taken into consideration. Then the cost. If you go for very expensive items that is not in the budget, it means it's a failed project. Then innovation and continuous improvement must be taken into consideration. So these are the things that you consider in developing your objectives. That I want to put up a 10-story building in my campus. That is my overall objectives. Then what are the specific objectives that I must achieve for it to be successful? I want to build 5 new hostels. That is my main objective. What are the specific objectives, activities I must I must carry out, to achieve that building of 5 hostels. And then in complex procurements, you must define the objectives and the specific objective very clearly. Else you will not achieve your objective. There have been situations where people had a plan and they had the money, but they could not deliver the project. And in government organizations, if you have the money, you have an approved procurement plan, you did not carry it out, at the end of the year, you have to return the money. You can't use it for any other thing. So the optimal procurement strategy is a fit-for-purpose procurement approach, which is tailored for delivering your objectives, taking into consideration the individual circumstances, economic, technological, and so on and so forth. The optimal procurement strategy must be developed to cover all the items that you want to procure from the needs assessment. You must consider the level of risk for each item because each item is unique. You must also consider lessons learned from previous experience. You must also consider the resources and capacity of your organization. Then, the specific objectives must also take into consideration the regulations of government or the requirements of the donor agency. So this table gives you an idea. This table gives you an idea. People use this kind of table to perfect their optimal procurement strategy because there are attributes for every procurement. Some of the attributes are like the specification. Every procurement, whether it is goods, works, or services, must have specification. You have gotten the requirements from the needs. Then the specifications, there are different types of specification. There are performance specification, there are conformance specification, and each one must be justified. Then contract type, are you going to do a turnkey? You get a constructor after you've advertised to design, build, and operate it for some time. Then payment method, pricing and costing. Is it going to be lump sum or is it going to pay according to time? And so on and so forth. Then procurement method is another important one that you must determine. You must determine the procurement method, whether you are doing requests for proposals, which is often done for consultancy, or you're doing requests for bids, which is often done for goods. Then, or you must not only, you can do requests for bids for goods that are of high value and money. You will also do for works. Then request for quotation is often done for goods of low value. All the thresholds are in the procurement regulation and released from time to time. I know the resource person that taught this morning showed you the thresholds for various values of items and for different organizations, what to do, and then when to go for no objection. And so on and so forth. This is just a highlight that shows you how to develop your procurement strategy because it involves type of payment, procurement method you will use, selection arrangement you will use. Are you going to use competitive method or are you going to use public-private partnerships? So once you have gotten this, the next thing to do now is you are prepared to do your procurement planning. So procurement planning, everything we started doing for needs assessment is on procurement planning. but it ends with an annual procurement plan. An annual procurement plan is usually done ahead of the time. The multinationals, the oil companies that are making a lot of profits, the banks, they start their annual procurement planning like, once it's August, they start doing their needs assessment. By October, they've done the market research and analysis. By November, they have formulated their procurement strategy, developed their procurement plan for the next year, and then they go for approval. So once it's approved by January, they've started running it. So this is one thing that MDAs in Nigeria, they are still struggling to get to that stage. So introduction to procurement planning is a process used by procuring entities, both government and private sector, to plan their contracting or purchasing activity for a specific period. Oftentimes, government organizations, they do it every year, annual. But there are organizations that do 18 months procurement plan because there are items that, like there's some complex buildings you cannot finish in 1 year. There are items definitely that you cannot finish in 1 year. So they do 18 months procurement plan. So annual procurement planning is a key function in public and private sector organizations. Its objective is to ensure to achieve its service delivery mandates and objectives, continuity of inputs. Before we got the Public Procurement Act, there were circulars, government policies that were in use, but it was not serving the purpose. Because when you go to organizations, you find that a lot of items are neglected, buildings are not maintained. In hospitals, they have out of stock of crucial drugs. So this is because their procurement planning is deficient. With a well-planned procurement, approved, financed, there should be continuity of service all the time, 24/7. So procurement planning involves the scheduling of procurement activities in a manner that spreads them out throughout the annual calendar year in order to timely meet end users' procurement needs. There are situations where a procuring entity may be required to develop a plan for a specific requirement. For example, there may be situations for complex projects. So they estimate a lump sum in the annual procurement plan, but they have to make a special procurement plan for that particular item. It happens. Procurement officers need to be closely involved with budget managers and end user departments in the planning process, else it will not work. Now, since the Public Procurement Act, it has become a law that procurement must be planned. There is a section in the Public Procurement Plan that states that procurement must be planned, end users must be involved, there must be a procurement planning committee, and the procurement plan must be approved. If it is not approved, anything that CEO is doing, that permanent secretary is doing, is illegal. So these bullet points on my left is gotten from a section of the Act, the PPA of 2007. The way it is for the federal is similar phrases for the state public procurement acts in Nigeria. I'm sure it's also similar for other countries because all the countries develop their procurement regulation and acts from the UNICITRAL law. In case of if we have foreigners who are in this training. So the procurement planning process section of the Act always have these phrases, subject to regulations as may from time to time be made by the bureau in charge under the direction of a council. A procuring entity shall plan its procurement by preparing the needs assessment and evaluation, identifying the goods, works, and services required, carrying appropriate market and statistical surveys, and on that basis, prepare an analysis of the cost implications of the proposed procurement, aggregating its requirement whenever possible, both within the procuring entity and between procuring entities to obtain economy of scale and reduce procurement costs. Integrating its procurement expenditure into its yearly budget, prescribing any method for effecting the procurement subject to the necessary approval under the Act, and ensuring that the procurement entity functions stipulated in this section shall be carried out by a procurement planning committee. So these are typical phrases for procurement, developing procurement plan for any public organization. Then this is on the right, it's what it says about having a procurement planning committee. It says for each financial year, each procuring entity shall establish a procurement planning committee. The procurement planning committee shall consist of the accounting officer of the procuring entity or his representative who should chair the committee. For the ministries, the accounting officer is the permanent secretary. For universities, is the vice chancellor. For polytechnics, director, and so on and so forth. Then, after the accounting officer, there must be a representative of the procurement unit of that organization who shall be the secretary. So now, procurement officers in Nigeria go through certification. So every organization will have a procurement officer for that organization who is in charge. Then there may be other younger people or older people, it depends on your skill and knowledge, who are members of the procurement department. So the head of that procurement department will be the secretary to the procurement planning committee. The unit directly in requirement of that procurement, like if it's for engineering, the dean of engineering will be there, or the head of engineering if he's in the ministry, and so on and so forth. Then the financial unit of that organization, it could be an accounting officer, it could be a bursar. It depends on what that organization calls the most senior person in the accounting unit. Then they must have somebody from planning, research and statistics of that department or that ministry. Then there must be, very important, a technical expert with expertise in the subject matter to be a member of this procurement planning committee. You can see that this committee is dynamic because of the provision that there must be an expert, and also there must be somebody from the unit or department that requires that procurement. But what has been happening, and is still happening, is that things are procured without involving user departments. So if you are practicing procurement, please, when you go back, make sure that anytime you are developing a procurement plan, get the user units involved. Benefits of procurement planning. It provides many benefits to organizations that are looking to acquire new products or services from external suppliers. Most notable is that it helps with management of the procurement process. If you have a plan that is approved, it's very likely that you will succeed. Anybody that is doing any activity and you don't have a plan, it means that you are planning to fail. These are other benefits of having a procurement plan, because it shows you are transparent and you can be predicted, and vendors and contractors will know what you will require and start planning on how to get it, so that when you advertise, you will have applications from vendors and contractors that can deliver. As I said, the way government works, if you have an approved procurement plan and then they've given you money, you have allocation for it in your budget, you don't do it, December, you have not done it. January, when they come, they mop up the money. So procurement plans allow organizations to compare real-world performance with planned project activities. You know, you can always look back at your plan last year and evaluate yourself, how well you did, right? And pick up lessons from there. Procurement planning provides an opportunity for all the stakeholders to meet and discuss requirements. You know, you get what everybody needs. It allows organizations to estimate how much time will be required to complete the procurement process and close out the contracts. So these are simple, basic steps in planning procurement: this assessment, market research, check what other potential vendors and contractors take you for. Then you identify the goods, works, and services. You sort them out into these 3 categories. As you progress in this training, you find that the way you procure goods, works, and services, there are different templates for doing different things. So what I'm going to do, because of time, this is already in the LMS, let me quickly go to the contents of an annual procurement plan. Typically, the minimum contents of the annual procurement plan include a short description of each goods, works, and services contract and the duration. The method of procurement, because you have agreed on this doing your procurement strategy. Then the expected date of publication of your procurement notice, that's the advert. Then any other disclosure mandated by the law, right? So this is a very simple one that we use for training. So you will get an assignment to develop a procurement plan using this simple template. So in this simple template, this column says procurement reference with link to budget code. You can give a code like goods category. You can have laptops, you can have chairs, you can have tables. You can give them reference numbers if you want. If it will give you palaver, don't worry about giving them reference number. Just put them. Then you describe the type of laptop or desktop computers, the type of chairs and tables. Then what's category? Is it a renovation of a building? Is it a brand new building, the second item? I'll give you a guide on the type of procurement plan you are going to develop and submit. So after this description, you put the expected date for advert. Then you put a procurement method to be used. Now, that is a hypothetical one. All organizations, many organizations have their own customized templates. They have a different one for goods. They have a different one for works. They have a different procurement plan for consultancy and non-consultancy. In some organizations, is one Excel book, and then each Excel sheet contains the template for procurement plan for goods. Then the other one for works. And the other one, I think there's a mistake here. So for goods, then this should be for works. This should be for works. So then they also have for consultancy. Many organizations have customized procurement templates. Yeah, because if you are to start developing it afresh every time, you may forget some things. That's why they have a template for doing it. It makes your life easier. Some procurement plan templates are complex, like the one for multilateral development banks. They want every detail, while for some organizations, it's simplified. So in summary, annual procurement planning is a critical stage of the procurement cycle that ensures the success of the whole procurement process. It's a key function in the public sector organization and is made mandatory by the procurement law. Its objective is to provide the procuring entity with continuity of inputs in order to enable it to achieve its service delivery mandates. Procurement officers need to work closely with budget officers and end user departments in the planning process. When the departments are identifying their needs for the upcoming budget year, there are many advantages of having a properly structured plan. It gives the management a comprehensive overview of the needs for them to take a strategic decision on what to do in order to achieve their objectives. It's an opportunity to accumulate the needs, procurement needs. It makes it more economical. Early disclosure and publication of annual procurement plan allows advanced preparation for potential bidders and results in more competition to benefit the organizations. It is an indicator of good governance, sound and systematic procurement management, as well as transparency. So the final takeaway is that this model on procurement planning and strategies, we have covered needs assessment, which is the starting point, spend analysis, which helps you uncover patterns, inefficiencies, and opportunities using the supply positioning and supplier preferencing tool. Then the market research and analysis helps one understand the supply market and the best way to take advantage of it. Then cost estimation. Everybody, whether you are a procurement officer or you are the accounting officer or you are an end user, you need to have an idea of how to get an estimate of what you need. Estimation is very important. Women are very good at this because no matter how much a woman has, she does her estimate and the family must eat 3 times a day. Am I not correct? Am I not correct?
Right, ma.
You're
You're
right,
right.
Women are very good at
Spend analysis.
You're right. 100%
You're
correct.
right. Very correct.
You are correct, ma'am.
Okay. And everything everybody is doing today, you must think of the risk. And we have shown you how to, in a standard way, determine the risks involved in every procurement activity so that you can mitigate it, right? Mitigation means how will you transfer it to the vendor? Is this something you can accommodate? Is this something you need to acquire new equipment or employ new staff? This is what is involved in risk management and planning. Then you have a template for developing your procurement strategy. It gives you an idea, the various procurement methods, what to look out for. Before you now use a table to now punch in all the agreed items you need to procure for the next 1 year, the type of procurement method, the time you want to procure, the time you want to advertise. So that is, in a nutshell, what we have done for this PRM3 model. Two of us are still going to be in the WhatsApp group for the next 2 weeks. So if there's any question, you can post it there. Then we are also going to give you some assignments to do so that you will understand some of these concepts more clearly. So on this note, I want to stop sharing and then take a few questions. I know it's already 3 o'clock. So any questions? Questions? Let me stop sharing so I can see your hand. Any questions on preparing procurement strategy, developing procurement plan? Any question? Or this is a stuff you already know and you've been practicing? You can unmute yourself if you want to ask a question.
Sorry, I have a question. My own is not a question. It's just to. My name is Sunday Ikbe Oga. Please, I am not in the platform. I just want people to add me in the platform.
Okay, you are not in the WhatsApp group.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you register to join the training, or your
Yes,
friend invited you?
Yeah, no, I registered, but they didn't add me yet.
Okay, this is being recorded, right? Put it in this chat.
Okay.
Put it in this chat so I can take it from here. Put your full name, your WhatsApp number. I hope because the M&E, Monitoring and Evaluation Officer, is also using this chat for attendance.
Yes.
I hope you have all put your names there in the chat.
Yes, I put my name there.
Okay. No, but now you have a complaint that you are not in the WhatsApp group. So put your name and your WhatsApp number and your email address so you can be verified and added.
Okay, ma. I've done it, ma.
Okay, thank you.
He was not there at the time. The French president's office confirmed that his video.
Priscilla's hand is up. Priscilla, Priscilla's hand is up.
Yes.
My said some of us who have the same problem. Maybe we should put our number down here.
But you have to state your problem because this guy that talked, I've not seen his chat. I've not seen where he put that he's not in the WhatsApp group. Olga, I've not seen it yet.
Yes, ma.
I've not seen it yet.
I'm not also in the WhatsApp group, ma.
Put it in the chat that you are not in the WhatsApp group. I've seen the
it
one
right
of Donald Nwalo. I've not seen the one of Olga.
Hello, good
I will
afternoon, Prof.
resend it, ma.
Send
Hello,
it.
Prof.
Good afternoon. Good
Yes, ma'am. I
afternoon.
want to find out. You said that we should put our email and phone number. Is it only for those that are not in the WhatsApp group?
No. You have to put that for attendance. But those that are not in the WhatsApp group will have to state they want to be added to the WhatsApp group.
Okay, every day we have to put our names and on the.
Every day you have to put your name on the WhatsApp group for attendance. But for those who don't have, who are not in the WhatsApp group, you put that you want to be added to the WhatsApp group, that you are not there.
Okay, only name, not phone number. Only name, not phone number.
How would I, every time you write in this training, you must always put your name, your phone number, and your email, so we can always contact you. I still have not seen Olga. Olga, do you need somebody to help you? I've not seen you send this message that
I
you're
send
not
it
in the
early in the
WhatsApp group.
morning. Let me resend it again.
No, is when I'm saying you should send it in this something.
Excuse me.
Let me resend it.
I don't know. Is it here that we are meant to write our attendance or in the WhatsApp group? Please, ma.
Okay,
Educate
you know
us,
what?
guide us for admin.
You know what? I don't know what the M&E had said earlier on. So, and the most authentic one is to write it here when the lecture is going on. If you write in the WhatsApp group, it does not mean that you attended the lecture. So that one cannot be authentic for anything.
Okay, so we should write our attendance on the
Yeah,
chat.
once you're in a Zoom class, you write it. Write your full name, your address, your full name, your address, your WhatsApp number, your email.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Okay.
your
So
guidance.
I'm still waiting for that that complaint.
Okay, I'm working on it now. I want to send it.
Okay, work on it fast.
Okay, ma. Thank
I've
you, ma.
sent my own, Dr. Chidebere. I've sent my own, ma.
Okay, let's see.
Sorry, madam. Hello, ma.
Yes.
Hello, ma. Please, ma.
Yes.
I wanted to find out more about the MLS. I don't know. Do we have automatic login, or are we to create?
No. It is in the WhatsApp. They put the instruction on how to join in the WhatsApp. They also sent it to registered participants. How to join the LMS. Check your email. If you didn't get it in your email, you have to check your spam box. Somebody has a question. What are the reasons for organization to have supplementary procurement plan? Things can crop up. Things can crop up in the middle of the year, and you realize that it was not in the procurement plan. So you have to develop it and seek for approval. For example, this is rainy season, flooding everywhere. In an office, flood can come and destroy a part of the building. It means that you have to have a supplementary plan. What to do to provide accommodation for people who are working in that office. Is that clear? Somebody put that in the chat. So unexpected events can warrant you to make a supplementary plan. Okay, this person saying having trouble logging in the LMS. You put your name in the WhatsApp group. That's where they will solve that one. Put your name in the WhatsApp group. We are having problem and your phone number, your WhatsApp number, your email. So we have IT support that is going there to check that problem, and they will attend to you privately. So I still have not seen that, Olga. Olga, you need to learn how to send chats. Have you sent
Sunday,
the chat?
I'm sending, ma. I'm sending. Sorry, I'm on it. I don't want to make mistake.
Sorry, ma. For the element, for the LMS, ma.
Good afternoon.
I didn't get it.
Please, can you send me your account number? Let me refund the money that was left.
You did not get email. Did you register successfully?
Yes, I'll
for
send the breakdown to you now.
for the training?
Yes, I got
There's
a mail.
somebody I'm going to remove from the call. The person is disturbing. I'm going to remove somebody. Yes.
What I mean is,
Hello, Ma. We are not hearing you again. Mute yourself, please.
Second time. So thank you, everyone. I think we are going to close now. Olga has issue. Olga has the issue. He's not in the WhatsApp group. He has not learned how to send tests in the chat. You have to let somebody teach you this thing this evening. So that when you join, you've sent it?
I've sent it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me check the chat whether we are going to clap for you. Let me say whether we are going to clap for Olga. And the last chat here is Omeako. I've not seen. Has anybody seen Olga's chat? Olga has not learned how to do it. I'm sorry. I've seen it.
Yes,
Yes.
Olga has
Is it Ipa? Ipe Sunday Olga phone number.
I've seen Olga.
Olga, are you Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You did
I
not
saw
say
Olga.
that. You did not say that you are not in the WhatsApp group now.
I thought you know in my phone. I can't see it there, but I saw it here.
Okay, you have seen that you are in the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Are you in the WhatsApp group, Olga?
Yes, I'm in the WhatsApp group here, but on my phone, I cannot see it on my phone. It's only in my laptop, desktop, I can see it there.
Okay, maybe it's not synchronizing well. So
It's
your
not
problem
the
is
WhatsApp
solved.
group now.
Now let us just clap for Olga and then clap for everyone, and then we go. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
They didn't take my question.
You
They
expect
didn't take
your
my
assignment.
question.
What is
They
your
didn't take my
question?
question.
What I didn't see it. What is it?
I didn't type. I thought I was going to ask here.
No, but time is going. You ask. You have 5 seconds. No, say it. Say it. Say your question. Say it.
Okay, a situation where in a procuring entity where a number of identified needs are handed over to a procurement unit just to do the procurement work. Is it proper, since it has been said there that beginning from the need identification, the analysis and the evaluation, that even the budget, that procurement are supposed to be part of in this process, but rather where in the case where the identified need are rather handed over to the procurement unit only just for them to do what they just need to do, the paperwork. Is that proper, and how can one handle this without causing issue?
The political, the personal analysis you need to do is a very challenging problem for procurement officers. Very challenging. But you know what? How to handle it diplomatically is when you do your evaluation and those names are not qualified, you will go back to your Oga that this thing can cause trouble for him, that these people are not qualified. What is he going to do? Because if you give to such names that are handed over, they may be traders, they may not be registered contractor. That one is an offense too. So you need to work closely with your Oga, and then everybody, that's the personal analysis and SWOT analysis. Work closely with your Oga, share this, your learning in a conducive environment. That if your Oga is he has the intention of bringing names, let him bring qualified names that can execute the project, that are registered, that are paying their taxes and things like that. So you have to make this your learning popular. because everybody has a boss, and you must help your boss to. You must help your boss to. I hope you are listening. The guy that asked the question,
Yes,
Gypsy
ma'am.
Dokoli, are you listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job
Yes,
is to
ma'am.
make your boss to succeed. Your job is not to make your boss to go to prison. Do you understand? So
Very well,
you
very
need to be
well.
proactive. You need to be proactive. Share your learning so that your oga will know these are the things, so these are the thresholds, so this is the regulation. No, the advert has to be on his table. Print the threshold, the advert. If you're advertising for something or request for quotation, so that when he's bringing people, he will bring contractors that are qualified, contractors that will not make EFCC to catch him. Your own is not to bring your own person. Oga is Oga. All you know is that you do your job, and if he wants to interfere, that is his business. But those people must meet the requirements. That's my response to that. So I think we can now close now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
That's is it okay to
Thank
conduct
you so much, ma. Please, can a
Okay,
Muslim
bye.
brother
Clap for
or Christian
yourself. See you
brother give
tomorrow.
Where is the
us a closing
assignment?
prayer?
Where is the
Bye
assignment,
bye.
ma'am? Where is the assignment?
We're going to post it. We're going to post it. We post it in the LMS. We also put it in the WhatsApp group.
Good afternoon. Ma,
Okay.
I sent a message. Hello, ma.
Please, can a Christian brother or a Muslim brother or sister give us a closing prayer? Someone should pray for us.
In Jesus'
Want to
name.
pray? Amen.
Our Father, we thank you. We appreciate you for a moment as this. We thank you for the success of today's lectures. We thank you for our facilitators. We thank you for World Bank for financing this program. We say to you be all the glory forever in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Lord, as we ask that you guide us, uphold us in the mighty name of Jesus. And
Amen.
help us to be back here tomorrow, healthy and sound in the mighty name of Jesus. We soak our lives
Amen.
in Jesus. For in Jesus' name we have prayed.
Amen.
Amen.
If you know you have not put down your name for attendance, your name, phone number, email address, your sex, female or male, then your organization. You have 10 minutes to do it now before we shut down the Zoom. Then your organization. You have 10 minutes to do it now before we shut down the Zoom.
Hello, good afternoon, house. While we are doing that, please, can I just kindly say that we should always mute our mic? It's very unfair. Some of us are not hearing anything because of people are making noise. Abba, this is not fair now. There's a lot of people are online. Then you hear people discussing market and discussing toilet and something. It doesn't make sense. Please, we're all adults in this class. Let's mute our mic. Or otherwise, if we have an admin, let the admin mute everybody so that nobody can talk until the class is over.
Good afternoon. Just to clarify, please, are we meant to write our name for the attendance for every lecture, or if we write it just once a day, that's fine?
Every day you come for your lecture, right? Put down your name, organization, email address, phone number, sex, male or female. Then you sign in. That's to show that you sign in for today, and it's
Okay,
being
sir. So,
recorded when you log in and
okay,
when you
sir.
log out.
Okay, I just needed clarification just to be sure if it wasn't for every lecture. Thank you, sir.
please, just to remind, I'm having my LMS login problem. Please, somebody should please help me, sir.
The issue of the message chat. Someone will attend to you.
All right, sir. I've sent my information on the chat. I've written there the LMS login.
Prof, can somebody leave the class, please?
I just turn it back. Please, time for tomorrow. Up on the time for tomorrow, please.
Sir, please, is there another thing? Can I leave the class?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir, please, time for tomorrow. My phone off.
We start by 9:45.
Okay,
Tomorrow, 9:45.
thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Please, we done today. Can I leave?
Okay, child.
So, you can now apply what we call masking on this particular field. This is the other field. Okay? Field 1, field 2. Alright? I have validate field 1, field 2. Right? Now bring field called masking. Now put on this particular guy. Now, what that masking does, what I want to do this guy, I can be able to adjust that feature so that we can see this guy and also see this guy. Do you understand? It don't make sense. Open your laptop. Open your laptop. Premier Pro, remember that we are 9 lines, right? We have 1, we need 2, we need 3, we need 4, we need 5, right? Remember, I don't Premier Pro. Hello. In the text we have online. And then we have A1, A2, A3, A4. Remember that the control line was going down, right? The visual line was going up. Okay? So if you have a video clip on V1 and you have another video clip on V2, the video on V2 is what you will see on your program panel. Okay, so when do we call it? What panel is this? Are you
Ajayi. Still calling for Ajayi.
Do we still have any other activity for the day? Good afternoon, everybody. Or can we log out?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, please, I just want to know this lecture, is it from 9 to 3 or I don't know?
I think the moderator is not online.
Okay.
They are just the participants. I don't know if they will address us. It's taking so much time.
All right.
Because there was a mix-up yesterday. So this SSD group that I attended based on the link sent to me. So I think since we stay 30 already, I want to call it today. We will meet again.
What panel? What panel is this? What panel is this? What panel? Nice quote. Good